have the singing of the national anthem, led by the Honourable Member for Halifax. Canada, terre de nos aïeux,
in all ourselves command, that ton passe strong and free, from far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be opened. On ouvre les portes. Order. À l'ordre.
Order, please. Statements by members.
By members, the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Sherwood Park. Order. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to read a quote from one of the Separatist Coalition's biggest supporters. Sovereigntists have no interest in people looking at Ottawa as a stable, serious government. The image projected must be that of a weak government. These are the words of Jacques Parizeau, the man who almost tore this great country apart. Yesterday he said that the Separatist Coalition would be, and again, I'm quoting, good for a sovereign Quebec. Not good for Canada, not good for the Quebecois people who, like everyone else, expect this House to make Canada work. The people of Canada are outraged. People like Greg Douglas, in my writing, who has collected over 50,000 signatures in a petition against this separatist coalition. The leader of the opposition is so desperate for power that he's making a formal alliance with the people that want to make Canada fail. If he truly believes his separatist pact, he should show the courage of his convictions and take it to the people.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Today is the International Day of Disabled Persons, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 1982. The 2008 theme is Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, Dignity and Justice for All of Us. Approximately 10% of the world's population, or 650 million people, live with disabilities. In Canada, it is 1 in 7 people. On this International Day of Persons with Disabilities, as well as during the year-long celebration of the 60th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, let us use dignity and justice for all as a rallying call, as these principles are far from being realized for everyone. Mr. Speaker, I invite all honourable members and all Canadians to make a renewed commitment to these principles of dignity and justice, and to ensure implementation of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel, Mr. Speaker, on November 21st, the first Gala Innov of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Mirabel was held. I'd like to salute the organizing committee for the gala, in particular Lisiane O'Sullivan, Director General, and Mr. Alain Dugas, Vice President and Director General of Operations Commercial Aircraft for Bombardier Aeronautique, Bombardier, who worked so hard to make this an event. I would also like to mention the Excellence Prize that was given to Bombardier Aeronautique and the Institut de Formation en Aérospatiale, the golden category, Intermiel, Parc Régional de Bois de Belle-Rivière, Lefebvre et Soreille, Notaries. I also point out that there were other recipients, Emballage AT and the Centre Cuba de Laurentides. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. Saturday will mark the 19th anniversary of the massacre at the École Polytechnique in Montreal. Sadly, in the years since the massacre, we have made very little progress towards ending gender violence. Half of Canadian women experience abuse and violence in their homes, communities, workplaces, and schools during their lifetime. Across the world, women are overwhelmingly the victims of war, and rape is used as a weapon to break and shame women. We must ensure that no woman, no matter where she lives, the color of her skin or race, suffers violence simply because she is a woman. Each of us has the power and responsibility to end violence against women and to create communities where women can build their lives without the threat of violence. December 6th is not just a day to remember, Mr. Speaker. It is a day to take action and to finally end violence against women.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Socialist Separatist Coalition is trying to impose a radical agenda on Canadians. This is not middle-of-the-road liberalism, but an alliance of extremes. It includes NDP out-of-touch economic policies, as if the answer to a global economic crisis are tax hikes. This coalition has full support from the leader of the separatist movement's most hardline factions, HoC. He says the coalition is, quote, good for a sovereign Quebec, end quote. We haven't seen this kind of clear insight into the separatist agenda since Mr. Parizeau gave his opinions on that particular night 13 years ago when a plan to break up Canada was foiled. Today, we must stop another scheme of danger for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. If the Leader of the Opposition truly believes in his separatist coalition pact, he should show the courage of his convictions and take it to the people.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Juan-de-Fuca.
Mr. Speaker, today Canada will sign the Convention on Cluster Munitions. This is the most significant treaty of its kind since the ban on anti-personal landmines that was signed exactly 11 years ago today. The treaty, led by Canadians and NGOs from across the globe, is now saving more than 17,000 lives a year. While our government has been a laggard on this issue, they have finally come to the table to address this tragic situation. However, they still have not articulated a plan of action to fulfill our commitments to the treaty. Canadian and international humanitarian mine action organizations have been bravely clearing landmines and cluster bombs to provide safety, security, and prosperity to communities affected by these terrible weapons for many years. For cluster munitions are indiscriminate, they primarily kill civilians and destroy a nation's ability to get back on its feet after being war-ravaged. We in the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, call upon the Conservative government to present a plan of action that will back up our signature with a plan of action to remove the scourge of cluster munitions from our world forever.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orléans.
Mr. Speaker, a decade ago, he was brought to Ottawa to save Canada. Now, due to political expediency and his impending demise as leader of the Liberal Party, he has made his mission to destroy Canada and the province of Quebec.
Not only has he made a pact with the secessionists, whose only goal is to weaken Canada, but he's also turned his back on what is left of his reputation as the defender of Canadian unity.
The party no longer believe in Canadian unity and a proud and strong Quebec within a united and vibrant Canada. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party does not believe that Canada should come before the entitlement of a party that won only 1 in 4 votes. The separatist Liberals should not try to impose their anti-Canada agenda on this country. If he truly believes in his separatist pact, he should show the courage of his convictions and take it to the people.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, 11 years ago today, the Ottawa Treaty on Anti-Personal Landmines was signed. Although the implementation of the treaty led to the destruction of some 42 mines, there are still some 160 million stockpiled in the world. At the time it was signed, the Canadian Fund Against Landmines, worth some $100 million, was created. 5 years later, it had been increased by $72 million, but it expired in March 2008. Also, funding to implement the treaty dropped by $33 million over 2006. Last week in Geneva, the first conference of the signatories was held, and there were some serious violations that were noted. 15 countries did not proceed with mine clearing within the mandatory period, and 3 didn't destroy their stockpiled mines. The Bloc Québécois is asking the government to lobby the signatories to see that they keep their commitment. The honourable member for Madawaska Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government has decided to cling to power at any cost. Even if that means taping telephone conversations unbeknownst to the people concerned. Even if that means that an agreement with the Bloc Québécois is valid only if it comes from the Conservatives. They'll do anything to cling to power. Even if it means leaving town to avoid having to face Parliament. The Conservatives are ready to do anything to cling to power. Or even if they have to go so far as to lie to Canadians about the flag. They'll do anything to cling to power. The Conservatives had 6 weeks to come up with a plan and save jobs in Canada, but they did nothing. Yet 6 days was enough for them to get out petitions, organize demonstrations, create internet sites, and to lead a PR campaign to save the only job that interests them, that of their Prime Minister. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the member for Papineau and all members of his party should take off their rose-coloured glasses and stop believing that the Bloc will renounce its ideology. Are we alone in understanding that the Bloc is trying in every possible way to advance its cause, the separation of Quebec? The fact that Jacques Parizeau approves and supports the coalition is the trap into which the Liberal Party and the NDP have fallen. How can the leader of the Liberal Party convince himself that he's fighting for Canada when, once again, he will be the one giving ammunition to the likes of Parizeau, Landry, and Marois? The instability into which the opposition has plunged this country is totally irresponsible and proves they are not worthy of the confidence and trust of the Canadian people. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, Madame Bergeron from Lévis wrote to me today. She deplores the political situation of the day, and I quote, "This desire to overthrow the government seems like a coup d'etat to me. People around me are of the same opinion. We categorically refuse to have a coalition take and steal power without having been elected by the people. The separatist coalition is playing a very dangerous game. Pleasing separatists, independentists like Jacques Parizeau and Pauline Marois to slake the Liberals' thirst for power is totally irresponsible. Canada needs a single pair of hands on the steering wheel. And that's what we have with the solid leadership of our Prime Minister, the leader of the Conservative Party."
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, today is International Day for Persons with Disabilities, a celebration of the new UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and a recommitment to inclusion through its theme, Dignity and Justice for All. Celebrations are taking place across Canada, hosted by Independent Living Canada, along with People First, and all of this falling on the heels of the 50th anniversary of the Canadian Association for Community Living. But our celebrations are marred by Conservative foot-dragging on ratification of the UN Convention and its failure to address disproportionate poverty and unemployment among Canadians with disabilities. This is a government that has no plan and no will to address the economic crisis that puts the most vulnerable in our society at even greater risk. How can we have confidence in a government that denies those living with disabilities the means to help themselves in a time of economic crisis, condemning them to further impoverishment and hardship? Now is the time to end exclusion and stand up for the rights of all people.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of the coalition are devastating for Canada. The coalition is dividing Canadians while an economic crisis is at our very doorstep. We don't need a constitutional crisis in addition to that. When Jacques Parizeau is happy, I'm worried. The Liberals are once again going to stoke the fire of the sovereigntists. The NDP strategy is completely absurd. Why are they taking positions to divide the country when our government has settled the fiscal imbalance and has recognized the Quebec nation, indicating to Quebecers by the very fact that they are part of Canada. Francophones in Canada will once again be isolated, and once again we can thank the Liberals for that. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Conference Board of Canada recently made public a comparison of the 17 industrialized countries with respect to the environment. Canada ranked 15. Canada's results with respect to waste production, the use of water, GHG emissions, won a D. If Canada really wanted to become a leader amongst the industrialized countries, it could in the area of the environment. The Conservative government just hasn't shown any desire to do so. They should have followed the example of Quebec, which has the lowest GHG emission rate in all the provinces and territories. They could have adopted a territorial approach to do so. This government hasn't acted to do anything in this area. This is why it no longer enjoys the confidence of this House or that of the people of Canada.
Markham.
The Honourable Member for Markham, Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal-led coalition has a plan to support jobs through more infrastructure, more job training, more social housing, and support for struggling industries to make them competitive in the 21st century. It's a fiscally responsible plan. We'll have a dollar figure when we know if the Conservatives are hiding a deficit of $5 billion or $15 billion. There will be no structural deficits, and we'll eliminate the existing Conservative deficit by year 4. What doesn't the Prime Minister understand about Canada's need for more infrastructure, more training, and more social housing?
That's right.
Why has he failed to provide any plan to protect the savings and pensions and jobs of Canadians?
No plan.
And why, in his own words, does he use every legal means at his disposal to protect his own jobs while not even lifting his little finger to save the jobs of ordinary...
The Honourable Member for Edmonton East. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I first ran for a seat in the House of Commons in 1997 to stand up for Canada and fight for national unity.
Yes.
However, the separatist contract signed by the opposition parties this week threatens to wipe out all of the progress we've made on the Canadian unity issue. Yesterday, Jacques Parizeau, a prominent leader of the separatist movement, endorsed the separatist contract between the Liberals and separatists. Let me read you what Jacques Parizeau said just a few short years ago. The image projected needs to be one of a weak, disorientated federal government, which will be even more so in the future, and that is perfection. He's right about one thing. This separatist contract would weaken Canada's economy, would weaken Canada's democracy, and put the unity of our country in the hands of separatists. Mr. Speaker, the actions of the Liberal separatist coalition will have real consequences for all of Canada. When will the Liberals come to their senses and do what's right?
Oral questions. Question orale.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the scope of the economic crisis facing Canada is without precedent. Every day we get more bad news. 250 jobs were lost by Magna in Cape Britain. Hundreds and thousands of jobs will be lost next year in Canada. Why has the Prime Minister refused to act to stimulate our economy, to put it back on the rails? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government is acting by preparing the next budget and additional measures for our economy. But the Liberal Leaders Coalition is busy with plan to lead this country with a separatist pact. This is not a plan to improve the economy. It is a plan to destroy this country, and this is why he should withdraw this proposal. Order, please. The honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, that is nonsense, and I will not respond to it. He let... Mr. Speaker, this is absolute nonsense, and we will not respond to it. He has let down our workers, our economy. He is hiding from Parliament. He is hiding from the public. Why is he refusing to come forward with a plan to improve our economy? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Liberal Party received an unqualified endorsement from his plan from Jacques Parizeau. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, what Mr. Parizeau's own words, why he supports the kind of arrangement the Leader of the Liberal Party is proposing. A weaker government in Ottawa is eminently satisfying. The image must be one of a weak, disoriented government, which will become weaker and more disoriented in the future. This is perfect. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Liberal Party is not working with us to prepare the budget and to strengthen this economy, but to weaken this country.
Order, please. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order, please.
Government is a government that doesn't have the confidence in this House and wants to govern, never mind. There is an alternative, Mr. Speaker. Better public transit for our cities and our communities. Cleaner water, clean energy. Help for our manufacturing sector, our auto sector, our forestry sector and their workers. A plan to create jobs. Why does the Prime Minister care more about his own job than allowing the Parliament to save the jobs of Canadians?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, if the Leader of the Liberal Party wants to save the jobs of Canadians, he can put on the table specific proposals that will save those jobs. He can reach across the aisle and work with this government, which will be pleased to work with him on saving this economy, but he must walk away from this deal with Jacques Parizeau and the separatists, which can do nothing but weaken this country, which is Mr. Parizeau's very objective.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister ignores the truth. Just for the record, the Bloc Québécois has supported this Conservative government at least 140 times, including 14 confidence votes. So let's not be distracted by the red herrings. Stick to the real issue, and that's the economy. Abject, conservative economic failure. Beyond all the same old stuff. Why is there nothing new for Canadians? For infrastructure, for housing, for manufacturing, for forestry and autos, and for training? Why do these Conservatives have no new plan right now?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker,
order.
Let us be very clear. What the Leader of the Liberal Party is proposing. He is proposing to govern with the Bloc Québécois and to give them a veto over all important decisions, over all financial policies in every sector of this country. Mr. Speaker, that is the price he is prepared to pay to become Prime Minister. That can do nothing but weaken the Canadian economy, weaken our democracy, and weaken our country.
Mr. Speaker, just like the flags yesterday, what the Prime Minister has just said is absolutely false. And their own Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives cannot face the truth. Their own parliamentary budget officer says they're wrong. They're in deficit. It's their deficit. They created it all by themselves. Their previous budgets have not succeeded, and now they're all worn out. So Canada is in a recession with no market.
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Sat down with the leader of the Separatist Party on national television. Those pictures are all there. They will show those flags put way off to the side where they're out of the camera angles. And Mr. Speaker, if the Liberal Party continues down this path, those images will never be forgotten by the Canadian people. If they want to help the Canadian economy, sit down with us in front of the flag and do it now.
Order, please. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, in 2004, the Prime Minister was prepared to go before the Governor-General with the support of the Bloc Québécois. He seemed to be eager to associate with the separatists. The very day of the election in November of 2000, the leader of the Canadian Alliance came up with a detailed proposal for a coalition and sent it to the Bloc Québécois. Will he admit that in 2004 and in 2000 he was prepared to make such a deal with the Bloc Québécois? Order, please. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Bloc Québécois did not mention this over the past 8 years because the former leader of the Canadian Alliance never saw that letter. The reality is that on October 7, 2008, the leader of the Bloc said that he would never form such a coalition. He is prepared to do so now. He should be prepared to face his own voters in the interest of democracy. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, we have this proposal in 2000 that was supported by the current Minister of Trade. He said that we are prepared to discuss with the Bloc Québécois to form a new consensus government. Will the Minister of Foreign Trade indicate that he was prepared to come up with a coalition with the Bloc Québécois as his personal lawyer, Mr. Chipper, confirms? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, up until last night, I had never seen that letter. I had never seen it. I never authorized that document. This is a fabrication, a complete fabrication.
My DNA would never allow me to do a deal, a coalition with socialists, and my heart would never allow me to do a deal with separatists.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the current Minister of International Trade, who was then leader of the Canadian Alliance, not only made proposals to ally himself with the Bloc Québécois, to form a coalition government, but he even made a commitment to discuss the content of a throne speech. How can he indicate that this coalition is illegitimate when in 2000 and 2004 exactly the same thing was proposed by the other side? Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased and honored to repeat that up until last night, I had never seen that document. I never heard of it. I never authorized it. And I never discussed such a document. Mr. Speaker, never did I do so.
Enough, it would be going against my very DNA to do a coalition deal with socialists. It would absolutely go against my heart and the heart of Canadians to do a deal with separatists. No coalition with separatists, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the proposed agreement in 2000 was almost a government program that included democratic reform, different agreements between the provinces and the federal government and other matters. The government, therefore, needs to recognize that this coalition is not only legitimate, it is also democratic. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as the Bloc Québécois already knows, I was in the National Assembly for nearly 10 years. I have seen many witnesses and seen the disrespect by PQ members for Canada. Today, I look at the Leader of the Opposition, who comes from the same city as I do, who represents a long tradition, because my two grandparents were here in this house. But I say to him, follow that tradition. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Order, please.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Around the world are getting serious about the economic crisis that's facing them. They're bringing forward bold and aggressive actions to deal with the economic crisis. Canada's manufacturing sector, its automotive sector, its forestry sector is in crisis, Mr. Speaker, and yet this government brings forward no plan to deal with the issue. There's no plan to create the technologies for a green economic future. There's no plan to deal with the broken EI system that's leaving people out of the cold. Why does this Prime Minister care more about saving his own job than the jobs of Canadians who are being thrown?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the bold plan of the Leader of the NDP is that the day the election is over, he starts meeting with the separatists to plot a coalition to overturn the results of the election without any proposals to help any of the ordinary people he is talking about. Mr. Speaker, this is a sellout of the interests of all of the people who voted for his party.
Toronto Danforth.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I remember being invited by this former Leader of the Opposition to come to a meeting with him and the Leader of the Bloc Québécois to talk about exactly these sorts of things in 2004. So the fact is that the first priority of this House right now must be the economy, Mr. Speaker. We're in a global crisis. Canadian families are counting on us to do something for them and for their families. And what we have instead is a Prime Minister who's desperately clinging to his own job and standing against the democratic process. Will he honour his commitment and let us vote?
The Right Honourable Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the NDP wants to help this economy, what he will do, Mr. Speaker, is immediately passed the elements of the economic and fiscal update that helped the manufacturing and automobile sector, that helped the credit markets, that helped pensioners and RIF holders. And he will walk away from a deal with the separatists that Jacques Parizeau says he will use to weaken our economy and weaken our country.
The honourable member for Toronto, Danforth. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has not come up with any plan for the economy, and we would like to have such proposals. The Prime Minister prefers to cling to power, to go back on his work, and to do everything other than let members work to improve the economy. All he wants to do is save his own job. That is not helping people. We need to save jobs. We need to help people. Why is the Prime Minister not prepared to hand over the work to a coalition that can get the job done? Once again, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP has no plan for the economy. He has a plan to govern this country with the Quebec sovereignists, and it is as simple as that. This is not a plan for the economy. There is no economic plan. The leader of this party can propose additional measures to get the economy going more strongly, but we are prepared to protect our country and work for our country, Canada.
Order. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised Canadians an economic plan this fall. He failed. He promised to make Parliament work. He failed. His exam is Monday night's vote. Why is this petulant Prime Minister polling the fire alarm just to avoid his leadership test? Why does he want to shut down this Parliament during an economic crisis? Why is he more interested in protecting his own job than in saving Canadian jobs?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, why is the member opposite and his party, all members of the new Socialist Coalition, the new Separatist Coalition, why are they opposed to help for pensioners in the fall economic update? Help that is needed before the end of December. Why are they opposed to helping RIF holders, seniors with RIFs, age 71 and older in this country? Relief that is needed now in 2008. Why are they opposed to the powers that the government would have to extend further credit to small business in this country, including the auto sector? Why is the new Separatist Coalition opposed to...
The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
That's just more politics and no economic plan. Yesterday, in Nova Scotia, 260 jobs were lost at the Magna plant in North Sydney. 46 jobs were lost at Fundy Gypsum in Windsor. Major layoffs at both Bowater and Monospace and Pulp and Power, and the lobster fisheries in trouble. Canadians sent us here to this Parliament to work hard to protect Canadian jobs. Why is this Prime Minister shutting this Parliament down before the job is done? Why is he walking off his job, having done nothing to save the jobs of Canadians?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker, the new Separatist Coalition is opposed to helping pensioners and seniors and small businesses. It's on the Liberal website. It quotes the Liberal leader. Here's what he says about one of his new coalition partners. He says the NDP leader's plan for the economy will raise taxes on business, further weakening our stock markets, eroding our savings, killing Canadian jobs. The NDP plan is paid for with monopoly money and is a job killer. That's why the new Separatist Coalition won't support jobs.
The Honourable Member for Labrador. Order.
The opposition parties are working to save Canadian jobs. The Conservatives are busy organising sham protests to save their own hides. In my riding, Wabush Mines has just announced that they will lay off 160 of their workers. HoC Mines has shelled $500 million in expansion and its temporary and contract workers are being hit hard. And all this just weeks after the Prime Minister said we had strong economic fundamentals. Why do the Conservatives care more about saving their own jobs than the jobs of real Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times in this House, we understand that these are very difficult times and that we do feel that we are putting money into the Community Development Trust, and that is helping those people who are suffering at this point in time. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I find it awfully ironic that this member is only interested in listening to his constituents when it's for the purposes of sustaining the separatist coalition. And when it comes down to listening for the purposes, sorry, Mr. Speaker, on a topic as fundamental as giving the separatists a veto on national...
Order. The Honourable Member for Labrador.
She's absolutely right. I stand up for my constituents. They stand up for me. Mr. Speaker, we have done more in 3 days to help the economy than the Conservatives have done in 3 years. Our plan will boost the economy, save Canadian jobs, and provide recovery to industries across the country. What is their plan? Make work for Conservative backroom organisers. The job losses mount, but let me tell you, the Conservatives on those benches are another 143 people who aren't working. They aren't working for Canadians. Will the Prime Minister stop the spin?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I'll try again. The member from Labrador is not speaking on behalf of his constituents. He's speaking on behalf of a separatist coalition. This government is working hard for the citizens of Canada. This coalition is bad for democracy, it's bad for the economy, it's bad for Canada, and they should walk away from it, or, Mr. Speaker, they should take it back to Canadians and let Canadians let them know what we really think.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Mr. Speaker, we see the ideological approach of this Conservative government, which has triggered this crisis. The government does not have the confidence of the House. Will he accept to hold the vote next Monday evening and hold off on asking for a prorogation? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. The member is talking about confidence, and what kind of agreement has he come up with by? What does he have to hide? What agreement have you done together? The Honourable Member for Doré-Sainte-Marie. I would like to understand. I've just been told by the Minister of Foreign Affairs that there is no veto right, and yet he has said that this is a separatist coalition and that there is some kind of a veto right. So I'd like to hear from him what the situation really is. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Order, please. Well, I'll make this very simple for the leader of the Bloc Québécois. He has a chance to have a confidence vote twice on the budget. He's the leader. So the Bloc is saying, is it true that the agreement gives Quebec $1 billion? Who is right, Pauline Marois or the leader of the Bloc Québécois? The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. The economic statement of this government they should quiet down on the other side, cut $1 billion from Quebec. I will ask the minister whether he remembers saying in July 2000 that he would enter into a coalition with the Separatist Party from Quebec in order to move forward with the Conservatives' agenda. This is what he put in the papers, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable. Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Order. Mr. Speaker, if I understood correctly, if I understood the answer, he has just denied that what the PQ said with respect to this $1 billion, but everyone knows this is true. But does the leader of the opposition and the leader of the Bloc Québécois, are they going to tell us today clearly the content of this agreement without hiding anything whatsoever? Give us the full truth, because we on the Conservative side, we Quebec Conservatives, we want to know whether he defended the interests of Quebec, yes or no? Order. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Order. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie has the floor now, and we have to be able to hear him in the House. Order. They're used to asking questions to people here on this side. What I would say is that everything's public. We gathered, we looked at all the requests at the Assembly, National Assembly in July. He said in this article he will continue, and this is back in July 2000, to conduct discussions with officials from the Bloc Québécois and about any links that could be established with respect to the election with the mean separatists. The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, maybe after QP, outside the House, the members could answer this question. If ever they and I have they ever discussed about a coalition with me? Because my answer is never, but they can answer after question period. Maybe he was dreaming this, but for me and for Canadians, this would have been a nightmare. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, it's the Prime Minister that sets the tone of this House. Respect gets respect, disrespect breeds disrespect. This Prime Minister now fights to stay on to win a battle that never need have been fought in the first place. To preside over a Parliament whose dynamics, whose very relationships he has poisoned and destroyed. Too late, Mr. Speaker, he's broken it. How, Mr. Speaker, could this Parliament work with this Prime Minister?
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're still playing for the Canadians. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, here. Let's listen to who they're playing for. They're playing for Jacques Parizeau, who said the following about the new separatist coalition, and I quote, former Premier Jacques Parizeau applauded without reservation Gilles Duceppe, le chef du bloc, recent impressive victory in forming a coalition in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. Whose side are they on? Are they going to stand up for Canada, or are they going to stand for this separatist contract?
Honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the biggest economic crisis in decades. As a country, as a world, as parliamentarians, it was time to come together. But he just couldn't resist. No. He can't stop himself. No. He has this pathological inability to put aside politics. Too bad for him and for all of us. Now, Mr. Speaker, how do you repair the irreparable? To the Prime Minister to help him with his answer. No, sorry, it's over. Can't trust you anymore. We need a new Prime Minister.
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
The choice for the honourable member and for his party is very simple. Mr. Speaker, if they really believe governing the country in a deal with the separatists is good for the country, then they should take that to the Canadian people and get a mandate for it, or they should walk away from it and say it was a mistake.
Order. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. We've just reinvented the word pathetic, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives have really let down the Canadian people. No measure, no answers, no economic plan to deal with the worst economic crisis we've seen since the Depression of 1929. Canadians want us to set aside our partisan differences to come up with ways to help them. They want us to save their jobs, not the Prime Minister's job. We have a legitimate, stable, and economic alternative for Canada. Does the Prime Minister realize that he no longer has the confidence of Parliament? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Here's what a separatist coalition economic plan looks like, Mr. Speaker. Higher taxes, weakened stock markets, eroding our savings, killing Canadian jobs, all paid for with monopoly money. Where can you read that? On the website of the Liberal Party of Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, just look at the stock exchange. The Canadians understood from the outset that the very source of this current crisis comes from the Prime Minister, who prefers to protect his limousine and his official residence instead of protecting the interests, the economic interests of Canadians. The Prime Minister rolled the dice with the democracy and he lost. He wanted to pull a fast one and he was caught up in his own game. The Prime Minister must respect Parliament, the cradle of our democracy. Is he prepared to be accountable and to meet his responsibilities for the future of our economy and to not ask for the suspension of Parliament? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, on two occasions I worked hand in hand with a member for Bourassa to fight two referendums with respect to separation of Quebec. I did this with full trust in my colleague. Today, the choice is clear. His leader has made a deal with the leader of the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know one thing. What is legitimate? It is to be able to renounce this agreement or go before the people and ask to be elected.
For Abbotsford, order. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Initiated by the Separatist Coalition has Canadians very, very upset. In my home province of British Columbia, the radio open line shows are being swamped with angry Canadians. People are furious at this power grab by the defeated opposition parties. Even Premier Gordon Campbell is defending our democratically elected government. Could the minister give us his response to the remarks of the Premier?
Excellent. Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I would agree with the member from Abbotsford. My own constituency office has never been flooded with so many calls in such a short period of time being upset about this. Premier Campbell has reflected on the fact that he'd like the Separatist Coalition to stand down, at least till they have the chance to see the budget. He also politely made reference to the fact that the federal Liberal leader doesn't, quote, resonate with British Columbians. Not resonate, Mr. Speaker. The last election, they barely achieved above above fringe party status. And the Socialists, the NDP, Mr. Speaker, they got 17%, and now they're going to take that separatist coalition to British Columbians and say, support us? Mr. Speaker, British Columbians vote a lot of ways, but they won't support separatism.
The honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Outremont. Since the arrival of the Conservatives, hundreds and thousands of jobs have been lost, not only in the manufacturing and forestry sector, but elsewhere, because they have sat on their hands. How is it that at the only time that they're prepared to take action is when their own jobs are at risk? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, as the member knows, the member of the Separatist Coalition knows, there is a plan that we are acting on for jobs in the manufacturing sector through credit and so on, more than $3 billion. And what's the attitude? The attitude is negative. The attitude, in fact, of the Separatist Coalition is to spend $30 billion and put this country back into permanent debt. And they're not even sure where the number came from. Here's the member for Toronto Centre yesterday, a member of the Separatist Coalition. He said that number is made up. I don't know who made it up. It came out of the air.
The honourable member for Outremont. Order. Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister go from denial, this can't be happening to me, to anger, it's not fair, no, to bargaining. Can't you stretch it out just a few more years? To depression. When is the Prime Minister finally going to accept the demise of his government is due to the failure of him and his team to deal with the economy in the interest of Canadians?
Order. The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, there's one thing that this Prime Minister, that this team, that this government will never do, and that's accept a separatist government on this side of the House in this country, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to providing sound, good government to ensure that we respond to the economic crisis, and we will not join on board the Jacques Parizeau train like the member opposite is doing. Mr. Speaker, he should back away from this deal. It's wrong for Canada, and this party and this government will always stand up for what is right for this great country.
Order. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, the media has told us that Fred Doucet, the former chief of staff of Mulroney, was very aware of the Airbus scandal, and he lied before the Ethics Committee. Now we understand why the Prime Minister is was reluctant to have a commission of investigation. Does the Prime Minister understand that he has lost the confidence of this House due to a lack of transparency? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there is a public investigation underway. We are hoping that the results of this investigation in next June will be revealed, but it has nothing to do with our government. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Who can we trust? The embarrassing incidents are multiplying for the Conservatives. The Schreiber-Mulroney case, the Cadman case, and the problems with Elections Canada, the in-and-out scandal. How can this Prime Minister think that he is able to inspire confidence in anybody whomsoever? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Negative reaction they've all received to the Separatist Coalition. They're now trying to change the channel. And it's not surprising, Mr. Speaker. We know Mr. Parizeau's own words, what he wants to achieve. A weaker government in Ottawa is imminently satisfying. The image must be one of a weak, disoriented government, which will become weaker and more disoriented in the future. This is perfect. Mr. Speaker, their distractions aside, this government will stand four square against the Separatist Coalition, and we will stand up for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives attacked women's equality rights in the economic update because they thought they could get away with it. Their plan to bargain away equal pay for work of equal value was not mentioned during the election nor the throne speech. Given this poor track record, how can Canadian women have any confidence that their equal rights will not be attacked again by the Conservatives?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, what we find unacceptable is that women would have to wait for 15 years to resolve complaints.
Exactly.
In fact, the legislation that we are bringing forward is something that the David Peterson government brought in. And you know, Mr. Speaker, do you know who supported that? The NDP supported that. And who was it led by? The member from Toronto Centre who brought that legislation in Ontario.
The member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Minister, you're spinning, and Canadian women deserve better. Instead of introducing measures to help Canadian women who have lost their jobs, the Conservatives choose to attack women's rights. When women are already at a disadvantage in the workplace, the Conservatives choose to attack instead of protect. And now the minister's main job or concern is the protection of his own job. Why do Conservatives care more about saving their own jobs than the jobs of Canadian women?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, for 13 years, the Liberals did nothing in respect of pay equity for women.
That's right.
Women waited and received no satisfaction from the Liberals because of the mechanism that they had in place. What we are doing is putting in place a proactive mechanism that will address the issues of women in a timely fashion, something that the Ontario government brought in under the member from Toronto Centre, the Quebec government brought in, and my own home province of Manitoba back in 1986.
It's about time. The Honourable Member for New Westminster to Whitlam.
8,000 jobs were lost in British Columbia, and that's for October alone, more than any other province. Instead of providing desperately needed stimulus packages for the economy, this government chose partisanship games. We needed real action on community infrastructure, forestry, pension protection, and help for small business, Mr. Speaker. This is about jobs. Why do Conservatives care more about saving their own jobs than providing jobs for Western Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, it's this government that's building Canada, and it's that party opposite, Mr. Speaker, who are wanting to join in a coalition government with the separatists. That is simply unconscionable. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, does she realize what Jacques Parizeau has said, Mr. Speaker? Former Premier Jacques Parizeau applauded without reservation the Bloc Québécois' recent impressive victory in forming a coalition government in Ottawa. If the member opposite is concerned about building, she should join us and build a stronger Canada.
Honourable Member for New Westminster to Whitlam.
The Western Canadians have a long tradition of standing up and standing against anti-democratic figures, Mr. Speaker, even when such figures are from Western Canada themselves. Instead of worrying about his job, he should be taking action to create jobs for everyday Canadians. As a proud Canadian from British Columbia, as a lifelong fighter for democracy, as a duly elected member of this House, I call on the Prime Minister to stop preventing me from exercising my duties in this House of Commons. I demand that this Prime Minister allow me to vote
Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Speaker, the only jobs that this deal with the separatists creates is 6 cabinet jobs for the NDP. Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member wants a vote, let the people of her riding and let the people loyal to this country, right across this country, vote for this country.
Liberal separatist coalition
is threatening to damage the Canadian economy and Canadian unity. The premiers of the provinces know this and have been calling on the opposition to sit down and take a break. Can the Minister of Health and Canada's newest Member of Parliament from the Territories tell the House what the Premier of the Yukon has said about this catastrophic event?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Premier Fenty has blasted the backroom deal devised by the Specialist Coalition. This is what he said, quote, Canadians did not vote for a coalition government supported by the Specialists. The Premier also called on the opposition attack on Canada's Prime Minister patently false. Northerners know that signing a deal with separatists is a recipe for disaster. Northerners and Inuit are not for sale to the Specialists. Mr. Speaker, there is only one Prime Minister in this House who's delivered real results for the North and one Prime Minister to lead us through this uncertain times. That's this Conservative Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker.
That will bring to a conclusion today's question period. Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East has a point of order arising from question period, I believe, at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make this point of order arising out of question period, hearing some of the language, and in particular the member from Peterborough, who has used incredibly insulting and offensive language to members of this House. It is truly disgusting, and we would ask the member from Peterborough to withdraw his language, such as the use of the word traitor, that is completely out of order in this House. It is offensive to members. He should withdraw that remark, and I would ask him to apologize to all members of this House.
Order. The Honourable Member for Peterborough is rising on the same point.
Mr. Speaker, in my personal opinion, I don't owe an apology to that gentleman. They owe an apology to Canadians. They owe an apology to the Canadians that they said to, that this party stood for. Ed Broadbent stood in this House and said, if you cross the floor, you should face the people. That's what he said. They've crossed the floor twice, Mr. Speaker, once to the Separatists, now to the Liberals, complete sellouts. I won't apologize. What they're doing is wrong. I'll stand for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Joliette on the same point of order. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, if there is unanimous consent, I would like to table the document that the Leader of the Bloc and myself referred to during question period, which is called Consensus for Leadership. The former Alliance leader proposed that in 2000. This is the document we referred to. The Honourable Member for Joliette, does he have the unanimous consent of the House to table this document? There is no consent. Concerning the point of order that was raised by the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Advisement, I could not hear the language she was referring to, and well, as I say, I will look at the transcript and see what can be seen and get back to the House in due course. Now,
the Honourable Member for... I've forgotten the writing. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse on a point of order. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Heads are getting hot here, and perhaps we could reflect on ways in which we could find a solution for the economic situation in this country. We want to bring forward concrete measures, but I do believe that there should be respect shown with respect to the political function and to the duties carried out by our Prime Minister. During question period, the member for York Centre referred to a pathological inability in speaking of our Prime Minister, and I believe that this is unparliamentary language. Our Prime Minister, throughout the crisis that our country is going through, is carrying on, and I ask the honourable member for York Centre to withdraw those words. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
I didn't get a chance to ask my question. I'd like to seek the unanimous consent of the House for the following motion, that the Prime Minister consider, in view of the new evidence in the Mulroney-Schreiber hearings, that the Prime Minister consider expanding the timetable and terms of reference of the public inquiry.
Does the honourable member for Mississauga South have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? There's no consent. That's right. Now, again, with respect, another point of order. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that you have not ruled or felt that it was appropriate to call the member for Peterborough to order for his language, such as traitor or infiltration. However, Mr. Speaker, I would like to appeal to you, as the Speaker of this House, to suggest to you my rights as a member have been violated by the member for Peterborough, who continues to shout so loud and with such vulgarity it is impossible to hear anything at this end of the House. And I would like you to bring some order to the House, have him at least show some courtesy and decency in his place.
Member for Peterborough is rising on this point.
Mr. Speaker, I would humbly argue, Mr. Speaker, that in light of what was just mentioned, that I would argue that the only rights to be violated in this country are the rights of each and every Canadian that this party proposes to trample all over, because it proposed not to put their separatist coalition to the people. Rather, they proposed to...
Order. The chair is not in a position any longer to hear the member for Peterborough when the House is making as much noise as we've had today. During question period, I couldn't hear him. I have had him seated closer to me and have been able to hear him in the past, but that's not the case today. So I'm unable to comment on any of the points of order that have been raised, and it appears he's not doing so either. In the circumstances, as I have indicated to the member for Vancouver East, and I do to the member for Winnipeg North, I will seek to look at the transcripts and the video proceedings of the House and see if I can hear something there. And if something was said that was out of order, I'm more than happy to deal with it. But I want to look into the matter before I give a ruling on this, and that is the reason why I have held the member for Vancouver East point in order. Now, the honourable member for Trinity... The honourable member for, Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing is rising on a point of order also.
Mr. Speaker, twice we've asked the member from Peterborough to apologize, and he has readily admitted that he will not apologize. He has admitted that he has said the word traitor. Please have him withdraw.
I've indicated I'll look into the matter. I don't think I need to hear more submissions on that point. I will look into the matter and come back to the House in due course. Now, l'honorable député...
The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord also has a point of order. Mr. Speaker, in the points of orders that were moved earlier by the member for Bellechasse, with respect to the unparliamentary language used by the member for York South. I think we should hear your opinion with respect to the reading of emails or letters from citizens that contain hateful words. Yesterday, at the end of the day, during his speech on motion numbered 1 in government business, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke started to quote the contents of letters from her constituents or emails from her constituents, and she quoted Mr. or Madame Woodida, who asked when the Prime Minister was going to deal with the separatists, a bunch of whiners that just want to bleed Canada dry for their own interests. They say sure on the other side, Mr. Speaker. Mr. and Mrs. Jackson, who want the Conservative government to be supported, and that all the others, I mean, that's all of us, are acting like a bunch of baboons and are idiots. That was reported in Hansard. She also quoted Mr. and Mrs. Kelleo, who said that people should organize themselves, get together, and do something for that against that group of good-for-nothings before they take over the country. During the period that was allotted for questions and comments in response to the member for MacLeod, also a parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance, the member for Nipissing Renfrew Pembroke quoted Mr. Barry Evans, who would have written the following: "Is there something that I can do to help you with respect to these three buffoons?" And he goes on to say that he was opposed to any type of coalition, that he voted for the Prime Minister, and a Francophone leader has nothing to do here. She quoted as well Mr. Hopper, who said, "I would prefer a new election rather than to see these egomaniacs direct Canada." And another person said we have to bring this matter of the three tripartite to an end. Mr. Speaker, we have the standing orders of the House that is there to protect us against such language. I refer to page 525 of Marleau and Montpetit, where you can read that the deliberations of the House are founded on a long tradition of respect for the integrity of all members. Using injurious language, provocative language, or threatening language in the House is strictly forbidden. Personal attacks, insults, obscenities are unparliamentary. End of the quote from Marleau and Montpetit. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that terms like whiners, baboons, idiots, good-for-nothings, buffoons constitute unparliamentary language. What's more, they were reported directly in the Hansard, and that changes, or if they are indirectly quoted from something else, that changes nothing in terms of the injurious nature of the words. Therefore, I ask the honourable member to withdraw these words. If that is not the case, the House would be accepting that she could do indirectly what she cannot do directly in the House. All members of the House receive letters or emails that have certain words in them. I ask the honourable member to withdraw her words, and I also ask the chair to rule whether or not we can read letters or emails of that ilk containing injurious words. Thank you.
Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I guess I'll maybe start by stating the obvious, that I guess our new spirit of decorum in this House, that during your election... during your election, Mr. Speaker, on that first day when this Parliament, this 40th Parliament, met, I thought there was a commitment from all parties and all 308 members of Parliament to commit themselves to a greater civility in this chamber, greater decorum. I hear people hollering right now, Mr. Speaker, then you broke it. I don't think this is terribly helpful, to point the finger. In fact, during that day, when successive members from all parties, with the exception of the Bloc Québécois, allowed their names to stand for the august position of Speaker of this chamber, everyone, I thought, was in agreement that we should try and move beyond the way in which you see, that's the problem, is everybody pointing a finger. I thought we were going to move beyond that. I think that it's no great revelation, Mr. Speaker, that all of us perhaps are guilty in the last couple of days about getting tremendously emotional about the situation that is facing us as a chamber. It makes your life, obviously, Mr. Speaker, extremely difficult, once again, with all this noise, especially when something is happening at the far end of the chamber, and you can't hear people even beside you, let alone at the far end. Mr. Speaker, you'll recall I privately brought to you a copy of Hansard from yesterday and pointed out to you as well a certain quote that was done directly, not indirectly, directly in this chamber, where a member referred to the Prime Minister as having told lies. You know, Mr. Speaker, that is not allowed. That's unparliamentary language. Here again, a member across the way from Aylmer says, well, he did. How is that helpful, Mr. Speaker, to us trying to move beyond this? That's the issue. And all I'm suggesting, Mr. Speaker, is that you have a huge job to do if we're going to get this chamber back under control. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that all of us need to help you in doing that.
The honourable member for Montmorency. I would come back to this point of order. That is not the issue, in fact, but rather it is whether we can read here in the House things in writing, whether they're from emails or letters, that can be offensive to other parties. I did not have an opportunity to finish my point, and I would say that this fact that it was said that Francophone does not have the right to be here, this Francophone leader, what does that mean, in fact, that we do not have the right to be here in the House because we are Francophone? This is totally unacceptable.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I just want to briefly comment on the original point of order by my honourable friend from the Bloc Québécois. I respectfully suggest that he is wrong when he said that the Government House Leader misinterpreted and misunderstood what the point of this whole debate is. And Mr. Speaker, I know that my colleagues on this side of the House feel very passionately about our country. Many of our constituents do as well. And, Mr. Speaker, during this constitutional crisis that we have before us, our members, our constituents have spoken loud and clear. Personally, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you I've received at my constituency office and my Hill office hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of emails and letters. And I know members opposite on the Liberal Party have done the same. And the vast majority, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of those emails and communiques are consistent. They are suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that they do not want to see a separatist coalition. And when the member from Nipissing stood in this House and read an email, Mr. Speaker, she was well within her rights. to reflect the wishes and the views of her constituents. So I would respectfully suggest to my honourable colleague that this is not a point of order, nor should he try and prevent this, because it is Canadians who are speaking loud and clear, Mr. Speaker.
I think we're getting into a debate here, and beyond the point of order. Nous avons un appel au règlement.
We have a point of order that has been raised by the honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord, dealing with the words used by a member who, during her remarks, read those comments, and the point of order is that some of the words in the letter are unacceptable here, and whether the member used them or read them in the letter does not really matter, is the point of order. I would point out that the member in question is not here to respond to the point, and so if the member for Nipissing, Renfrew, Pembroke wants to respond, this is an opportunity. I will come back to the issue, and I will come back with a decision that I hope will satisfy people. That puts an end to that issue. Are there any other points of order?
Dépôt de document.
Tabling of documents.
I have the honour to lay upon the table a document entitled Individual Members' Expenditures for the Fiscal Year ended March 31st, 2008. The Honourable Parliamentary tabling of documents.
Yeah, he's there.
He's there?
Yep. At the other end. He's up. He's standing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development. Order.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 3022, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the annual report for 2004 to 2005 regarding the implementation of the territorial agreement for Nunavut. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the standing orders, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the annual report for 2005-2007 of the Committee for the Implementation of the Nunavut Agreement. Nunavut. Mr. Baird, seconded by Ms. Aglukak, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read for the second time?
House. Ms. Ablonsi, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Not-for-Profit Corporations and Certain Other Corporations. Cette motion est
The motion is deemed adopted.
Seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée.
The motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read for the second time?
At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Strahl, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Indian Oil and Gas Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Strahl, appuyé par...
Mr. Strahl, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Bakerville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the visit of the Economic and Security Committee Subcommittee on Transatlantic Economic Relations, held in London, United Kingdom, April 23rd to 25th, 2008. And I have another report as well. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the Political Committee meeting held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, March 31st to April 4th, 2008.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the parliamentary mission to the country that will hold the next presidency of the Council of the European Union, the meeting of the Committee on Economic Affairs and Development of the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, and the third part of the 2008 ordinary session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, Paris, Normandy, and Strasbourg, France, from June 17th to 27th, 2008.
The Honourable Député de Saint-Léonard.
Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to table in both official languages the report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association to the meeting of the Standing Committee of Parliamentarians of the Arctic region that was held in Vladivostok, Russian Federation, May 29, 2008. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des
Introduction of Private Member's Bill. Mr. Gaudin, seconded by Mr. Gravel, asks for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Percentage of Insurable Earnings Payable to Claimant. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Nickel Belt for seconding my bill, which is introduced in both official languages. It is an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, percentage of insurable earnings payable to claimant. This deals with an increase of weekly benefits to 66% of weekly earnings. Mr. Gaudin, seconded by Mr. Gravel, moves that the bill be now read the first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Gaudin, seconded by Mr. Gravel, asks for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, to change of title, and another act in consequence. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Nickel Belt for seconding my bill. It is tabled in both official languages. This is a bill to amend the Employment Insurance Act to change the title and another act in consequence. This is to change the name to the former name of unemployment insurance, and therefore the account would be the unemployment insurance, because this would provide benefits for those unemployed. Mr. Gaudin, seconded by Mr. Gravel, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
Sitting of the House. Mr. Gravel, seconded by Mr. Gaudin, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Removal of Waiting Period. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
The motion is deemed adopted.
Belt.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the seconder of my bill, the member for Acadie Bathurst, Mr. Gaudin. This bill eliminates the waiting period of 2 weeks before benefits are received and other applicable provisions.
After an interruption of earnings and repeals provisions that refer to that waiting period.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Gravel, seconded by Mr. Godin, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed.
Adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Council President.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Cramp, seconded by Mr. Preston, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Evidence Act, Interpretation of Numerical Dates. This motion is deemed adopted. L'honorable député de Prince Edward.
The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually have a number of bills today I'd like to introduce, and I am pleased to introduce my private member's bill, an act to amend the Canada Evidence Act. This enactment amends the Canada Evidence Act to direct courts really on how to interpret a numeric date that is in dispute. And for greater clarity, court dates have been missed simply due to did the date say 01/07/47 or did it say 01/07/47? It can be disputed. It should be one manner consistent across the country, and that is the intent and purpose of that bill.
Cramp, seconded by Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
Motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At a prochaine séance de la...
At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Preston moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Child Sexual Predators. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
The motion is deemed adopted.
For Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this bill was introduced previously by a former colleague of mine, member for Calgary Northeast Art Hanger, and I'm honored and privileged and pleased to be able to carry on his great work in his effort to ensure that the safety of our children is first and foremost in the minds of all. This enactment amends the criminal code to establish the offense of child sexual predation, carrying a minimum sentence of life imprisonment. And most importantly, it covers cases of not just a simple sexual assault, but cases of sexual assault on a child that involve repeated assaults, multiple victims, repeated offenses, more than one offender, an element of confinement or kidnapping, or an offender who is in a position of trust with respect to that child. This enactment, of course, Mr. Speaker, also makes related amendments to the criminal code as would be expected and amends certain other acts in consequence.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings, seconded by Mr. Preston, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings, seconded by Mr. Preston, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Arrest Without a Warrant. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker. Just give me 1 second here. I have a number of bills, and I would just like to find that particular one. Mr. Speaker, we're going to have to pass on that one. I can't find that one with my notes here right now.
All right, Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings, appuyé par Mr. Preston. Demande la première.
Mr. Camp, seconded by Mr. Preston, asks for leave to introduce a bill to amend the criminal code, bail for persons charged with violent offences, the Extradition Act, and the Youth Criminal Justice Act.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the private member's bill that I'm introducing right now, of course, amends the criminal code. And what this would do would repeal Section 522 of the Criminal Code. It would remove the power of a judge of a Supreme or Superior Court of Criminal Jurisdiction to grant interim release to a person accused of one of the very, very serious offenses listed in Section 469 of the Criminal Code. Of course, these sections are under Section A, treason, alarming Her Majesty, intimidating Parliament or a legislature, 53, inciting to mutiny, seditious offences, piracy, piratical acts, murder, the offence of being accessory after the fact to high treason or murder, An offence under Section 119, robbery of judicial officers. An offence under any Sections 4 to 7 of the Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes. And the offence of attempting to commit any offence mentioned in any of the subparagraphs. This enactment also prohibits the interim release of a person accused of an offence under 264, criminal harassment, sexual assault with a weapon, threats to a third party, or assault causing bodily harm, or aggravated sexual assault, if there is either direct evidence or for dedication. It provides that an application for the interim release of a person is brought before justice, and that justice is satisfied that there is credible or trustworthy evidence of identification of the accused by a witness or witnesses. The application must be refused. This also makes, of course, related amendments to the Extradition Act and the Youth Criminal Justice Act.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings, seconded by Mr. Preston, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Cramp, seconded by Mr. Preston, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Review of Parole Ineligibility, and to amend other acts in consequence. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Would you repeat that again, Mr. Speaker, please?
This is an act to amend the Criminal Code, Review of Parole Ineligibility, and to amend other acts in consequence.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for also allowing me to introduce this enactment. Is to give a peace officer the power to arrest without a warrant a person who is in breach of a probation order, binding that person or a condition of that person's parole. This enactment, of course, also makes related amendments to the Criminal Code and amends certain other acts in consequence.
I believe that's the first bill that we passed over.
Well, right on it, Mr. Speaker, we have a little bit of confusion on the members' part here, and I humbly apologize to the House and the members in it for carrying on in a manner quite so this. I had these all in one order and they were to be presented, and they've come up with a different order from the House, and I'm just trying to put them in order as they come. My apologies.
Try one more, see how it goes.
We suggest the Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings that we perhaps finish this on a different day.
No, suggest, because there are a number of other bills here. I'd like to try a couple more, and if we're still mixed up, then we will take your suggestion.
Prepared to speak to the Act to amend the Criminal Code, Review of Parole Ineligibility, and to amend other acts in consequence.
Ask for another day, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Louis Riel. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. On behalf of the people of Manitoba and on behalf of the Métis Nation, it gives me great pride to introduce this bill, the purpose of which is to reverse the conviction for high treason of Louis Riel and to formally recognize him and commemorate his role in the advancement of Canadian Confederation and the rights of interest of the Métis people and the people of Western Canada. This bill goes on to recognize that Louis Riel was in fact the founder of the province of Manitoba, and in fact that Louis Riel was elected 3 times to the House of Commons, but as a result of political pressure was never allowed to take his seat. But the act, this particular bill goes on to point out that as a result of the events of the Northwest Territories rebellion in 1885, Louis Riel was wrongfully tried and convicted, and on November 16, 1885, was executed for high treason by the government of Canada. This bill does not seek a pardon for Louis Riel, Mr. Speaker. It seeks to exonerate
Louis Riel, and for the House of Commons to recognize that Louis Riel was executed wrongfully, that he should never have been convicted. We're not seeking a pardon, we're seeking full exoneration. In introducing this bill, I want to recognize and pay tribute to Yvon Dumont, the former Lieutenant Governor of the province of Manitoba and President of the Manitoba Métis Federation, Clem Chartier, the President of the Métis National Council, and David Chartrand, the current President of the Manitoba Métis Federation. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Martin, Winnipeg Centre, appuyé par...
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, seeks permission to and seeks leave to introduce a bill entitled First Nations.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the honour of introducing this private member's bill. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is based on the premise that a child is a child is a child, no matter where they live in Canada and no matter whether they are First Nation, Inuit, Métis, or European in background, Mr. Speaker. This bill is based on Jordan's principle. And Jordan was a First Nations child who was unable to move from a hospital to a family home as a result of a disagreement between departments of the Government of Canada as to which department should bear responsibility to the cost of providing health care services. And as a result of this disagreement between government bureaucracy, Jordan died in hospital without ever having been able to live in any family home. Mr. Speaker, Jordan's principle finds great support amongst First Nations, and it is simply a matter of justice that we should not have two-tiered medicine based on whether you're Inuit, Métis, First Nations, or of European background or descent.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il?
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Prohibit the Export of Water by Interbasin Transfers. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, there are people who say that water is the oil of the 21st century, but I put it to you, and I believe the House of Commons agrees, in fact, by consensus to a motion put forward in 2004, that the interbasin transfer of water is environmental folly. It's an affront to nature. It's an affront to the natural order of things, Mr. Speaker. But yet, time and time again, we see the irresistible temptation in trade agreements with our trading partners that other people want Canada's water, Mr. Speaker. We need to recognize in the House of Commons that water that is Canada's most valuable natural resource, in fact, and that Canada must be committed to preserving water resources within its boundaries, that Canada will continue to promote adherence to the Boundary Waters Treaty and the United States when managing boundary water matters. And this short bill, Mr. Speaker, will protect, at least in principle, the notion that the interbasin transfer of water should be opposed, even when put forward by conservative governments, as they often do.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When shall this bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House?
Mr. Martin, appuyé.
Mr. Martin, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, moves for leave to for permission to move a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Food and Drugs Act.
Mr. Speaker, in November of 2004, the House of Commons passed a motion put forward by the NDP to ban the use of trans fatty acids for human consumption. And the motion was not to reduce the use of trans fatty acids. It was not to regulate the use of trans fatty acids. It was to ban the use of trans fatty acids. Now, then the Blue Ribbon Task Force, made up from food manufacturers, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, the Restaurant Association, and Health Canada, concurred with the will of Parliament, and after 18 months agreed that trans fats should in fact be banned. Now, Mr. Speaker, This 1 gram of trans fat increases the risks of heart disease by 10%, and Canadians eat over 10 grams a day. Some people eat a lot more than 10 grams per day. We need to ban trans fatty acids before it poisons another generation of children and cabinet ministers.
I just remind honourable members that when introducing private members' bill, they are supposed to give a brief explanation of the bill and not engage in a long speech. Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Currency Act and the Royal Canadian Mint Act, Abolition of the Cent. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre for a brief explanation.
Mr. Speaker, 2008 is the 100th birthday of the Canadian penny in its current form, and many Canadians believe, Mr. Speaker, that it should be its last birthday. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we believe it should have a birthday party and a funeral all at the same time, because the penny has no commercial value. It doesn't circulate anymore. They all wind up under my bed, and it costs more to produce, in fact, than it's worth. There's 20 billion pennies in circulation in Canada today, and every year the print and the minister that's responsible for the mint prints 1.2 billion more pennies that nobody needs and nobody wants. This simple bill would simply call for stopping the production of the penny and introducing a rounding formula so that all commercial transactions be rounded off to the nearest nickel, so that we don't need a bunch of pennies in our pockets and under our beds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Martin, appuyé par Monsieur Rafferty.
Mr. Martin, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, seeks leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act with respect to the Armed Forces and Postal Services.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very simple bill that I think will find broad agreement. In fact, I would ask at the end of my introduction if we could seek unanimous consent to simply pass this bill in what could be one of the final days of this session of Parliament. Canadians can send a member of Parliament a letter anytime free of charge. This simple act would amend the Canada Post Corporations Act so that any Canadian could send mail to any member of the Canadian Armed Forces serving outside of Canada at no cost and with no postage charges, and it further allows free postage to any member of the Canadian Armed Forces who is currently serving outside of Canada to any person within Canada. And I'd like to ask, Mr. Speaker, if there's unanimous consent to pass this bill as it stands within the House of Commons today.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Now, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre was seeking unanimous consent to read a second time now. Is there unanimous consent? No, there's no consent. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I believe you will find the unanimous consent of the House to allow me to propose a motion to concur in the first report of the procedure in House Affairs regarding the memberships of the standing committees that was tabled yesterday.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, there is no consent. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I continue to get petitions coming to my office around the issue of the rising crime here in Canada of human trafficking. And these people, there are many, many signatures from all across Canada. asking that, or stating that the trafficking of women and children across international borders for the purposes of sexual exploitation be condemned. And they stated also that it is a duty of Parliament to protect the most vulnerable members of society from harm and those being the victims of human trafficking. So I respectfully submit this petition.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions, the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present yet another petition from people of the riding that I have the honour of representing and beyond, people from the National Capital Region, Mr. Speaker, concerning the matter of the heavy trucks crossing the nation's capital right in the middle of the city, and the need, therefore, for a bridge and two bridges to eventually have a ring road around the National Capital Region. And they're concerned that there's a proposal afoot now to build one, but that would bring trucks into another established community. So these petitioners, Canadians all, Mr. Speaker, call upon the Government of Canada to instruct the National Capital Commission to proceed with a detailed assessment of an interprovincial bridge linking the Canatech Industrial Park to the Gatineau Airport, which is option 7 of the first phase of the interprovincial crossing environmental assessment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition with respect to the improvement of the living conditions for agricultural workers. This is a concern in 3 regions in our riding, that is Charlevoix area, the Côte de Beaupré, and Île d'Orléans. The petitioners point out to the House that the employment insurance program does not reflect the reality and requirements of today's market, that all workers who pay into the program deserve to be treated equitably when they need it, and that agricultural workers have particular difficult times given the limited season, and in some regions there is a lack of high-quality workers. Therefore, we are asking Parliament to amend the Employment Insurance Act in order to introduce a special category for seasonal agricultural workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Kitchener-Conestoga and the greater Kitchener-Waterloo area. The petitioners are asking the government to introduce a new volunteer service medal to be known as the Governor-General's Volunteer Medal to acknowledge and recognize volunteerism by Canadian troops. Their petition is as follows. To the Government of Canada, whereas during a specified period of service to their country, Canadians from the 3rd of September 1939 to the 1st of March 1947 received the Canadian Volunteer Service Medal, and that during a specified period of service to their country, Canadians from the 27th of June 1950 to the 27th of July 1954 received the Canadian Volunteer Service Medal for Korea. We, the undersigned residents of Canada, respectfully call on the Government of Canada to recognize, by means of the issuance of a new Canadian Volunteer Service Medal, to be designated the Governor-General's Volunteer Service Medal for volunteer service by Canadians in the regular and reserve military forces and cadet corps, support staff who were not eligible for the aforementioned medals and who have completed 365 days of uninterrupted honourable duty in the service of their country, Canada, since the 2nd of March 1947. It's an honour to present this, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Kitchener-Waterloo area.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Langley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to present a petition on behalf of my constituents in beautiful Langley. It reads that there are a number of severe, potentially life-threatening conditions which do not qualify for disability programs because they're not necessarily permanent. The current medical employment insurance benefits of 15 weeks does not adequately address the problem. Residents find themselves losing their homes and livelihoods while trying to fight these severe medical conditions. Precedence has been set within medical EI to compensate new mothers for up to a year. They're calling upon the House of Commons to enact legislation to provide additional medical EI benefits to at least equal to the maternity EI benefits. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this afternoon I have the pleasure to introduce 2 petitions. In fact, the first signed by numerous citizens in my riding, And the petitioners here are seeking the will of Parliament to do all that they can to prevent the terrible scourge of child pornography, particularly as it relates to being spread through use of the Internet, this terrible victimization of families and children. The second, Mr. Speaker, is quite a weighty petition, and this is from citizens in the area of the Severn River. That's an area in North Simcoe County, in fact, borders my riding with the District of Muskoka. Last fall, this region experienced severe flooding because of the heavier than normal runoff from the winter snows, and they're seeking the assistance of the Minister of the Environment in this case, petitioning the Minister to seek all and any measure that would assist to alleviate the flooding should those conditions occur this season or any thereafter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. It's ordered. Applications for emergency debates. Orders of the day. Orders du jour.
Government orders, government business, resuming debate on motion numbered 01 with respect to the financial economic statement and the previous question.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to implore the House to support the motion taking note of the economic and fiscal statement. In doing so, I acknowledge that the statement does not identify the details of every stimulus expenditure planned. It does not identify every specific stimulus infrastructure project. It does not identify the limits of new unplanned stimulus spending. I ask the members of this House to recognize that none of that should be expected in an economic and fiscal statement for two reasons. The first is obvious. An economic and fiscal statement is not a budget. Many of the details that I've heard some members request will be available in the budget to be presented probably on January 27th, a short 7 weeks after we complete this debate. In this respect, the statement is similar to the speech from the throne. I listened as members opposite criticized the throne speech for lacking details. Then the House approved it anyway, recognizing that it was intended to provide direction with details to follow in legislation. In the same way, we should take note of the economic and fiscal statement, recognizing that it provides the direction we need with details to follow in the budget.
Order. I apologize to the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay is riding on a point of order.
Speaker, I don't want to interrupt my honourable colleague, but it does sound to me more like a political speech. I would rather just hear the motion and move on, but we are obviously been debating this in the public. I don't think we need to have this time to introduce motions be turned into a platform for him to start a debate.
I hope that misunderstanding has been cleared up. We'll resume.
Today's Wednesday, Charlie.
We will resume debate. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Speaker, I'm gratified that my remarks at least sound like a speech. That's what they were intended to do. And I thank my friend for that. The second point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is that the statement is an evolution of a plan that our government began with an update a year ago. If there are no surprises, it's because we are already pursuing appropriate measures. If there are no flashy new proposals, it's because the plans we've already made in the last year are coming to fruition. If there are no panicky new responses, it's because we have laid out solid preparedness and panic is unnecessary. Instead of criticizing the government for failing to introduce new measures for 2009, the members of this House should praise the government for having already put in motion stimulus measures for 2009. For example, as a result of the government's stimulus plan, Canadian individuals and businesses will pay $31 billion less in taxes in the coming fiscal year alone. This is almost 2% of our gross domestic product. It is a larger percentage of GDP than anything that has been implemented by our neighbor to the south. Even President-elect Obama is only proposing a temporary 1.1% economic stimulus in 2009. The U.S., Japan, Germany, France, the UK, Italy, Australia, none of them have proposed anywhere near the 2% of GDP stimulus that our government has arranged. Now, some of our tax reductions were planned to come into effect only in 2009 for staged stimulus. These include raising the amount every individual can earn without paying federal income tax from $9,600 in 2008 to $10,100 in 2009. Also, effective January 1st, 2009, Canadians will be able to benefit from the tax-free savings account, a flexible, general-purpose account that will encourage investment. Corporations will also benefit from a reduction in the general corporate income tax rate, which will fall from 19.5% to 19% on January 1st, 2009, and will fall further to 15% by 2012. As another example of fiscal stimulus already planned, available federal funding for infrastructure projects rose by 40% this year and will rise by another 40% next year, hitting a record of $6 billion in that year alone. This is double the amount spent in 2007 and 2008. Mr. Speaker, these measures provide permanent, sustainable, structural fiscal stimulus, unlike the temporary stimulus measures taken by some other countries. Taken together, these tax reductions and infrastructure investments represent a substantial fiscal stimulus. Now, the government could have waited. It could have held off any increase in this past year and not planned ahead for any increase in the next year. And then the government could have announced in this fiscal and economic statement the whole doubling of infrastructure spending, some $10.5 billion in 1 year. But while that might have satisfied the thirst of some for sensationalist measures, it would have done no more for the economy than planning ahead has already done. Mr. Speaker, it's not a coincidence that the U.S. has just determined they've been in a recession for over a year, whereas Canada is only now reaching that point. Does anyone in this House believe that it's just good luck that our success has been noticed around the world? Ordinary Canadians know, Mr. Speaker, that it's because of the hard work our government has done. Now, I understand that some in the media don't like old news. It's natural that news people want to report new initiatives. But do some members of this House really believe their own rhetoric? Can they really close their eyes? Can they really just wish away the 2008 stimulus measures and the 2009 stimulus measures the government has already put in place? It's as if critics are saying, we know that you've planned ahead. We know that you've had the foresight to arrange in advance all this stimulus. We know that as a result, our economy has already been buoyed by that and will continue to benefit next year. But we don't care. It's as if critics are saying, because you didn't wait until now, we're going to ignore the fact that you've already dealt with the problem. Mr. Speaker, it's a bit like giving your spouse a birthday present a month before the birthday because you know how much he or she needs that present, only to be criticized for not having a second present ready when that birthday arrives. How unfair is that? As it is, Mr. Speaker, with the stimulus plan already in place since last year, the Prime Minister has been able to already meet with other First Ministers and work with them to identify by next month, just a few short weeks from now, specific infrastructure projects. He has secured their commitment to tackle barriers to these specific projects. This is really amazing planning and foresight. This is careful, considered planning and foresight that was set out in the throne speech already approved by this House. This is planning and foresight that Canada needs most in uncertain economic times. Mr. Speaker, consider the alternatives. If this economic and fiscal statement does not pass, what will happen to our government's carefully laid plans? Will these plans simply be abandoned by whatever government emerges? Will the implementation of these measures at the very least be delayed while a new government scrambles to forge a new consensus? Or will the country be plunged into yet another election mere weeks after the government's carefully laid plans received the support of the largest number of Canadians of any party in the last election? Every one of these alternatives would inflict further damage upon our economy. The fact that we are even forced to ask these questions means that the members of this House have foisted a higher level of uncertainty and anxiety upon our nation. This is an entirely unnecessary and damaging thing to do to the economy and to our fellow Canadians. Also, Mr. Speaker, if this statement is defeated, the many needed fiscal measures it proposes will be lost or at least delayed. RIF withdrawal relief for seniors, lost or delayed. $1.5 billion increased credit capacity for Canada's export sector, most notably in auto-related and other manufacturing, lost or delayed. An increased borrowing limit to protect insured depositors, lost or delayed. $1.5 billion of increased credit and loan guarantees for small and medium-sized companies, lost or delayed. Eliminating tariffs on imported machinery and equipment to encourage capital investment and increased efficiency, lost or delayed. I could go on. Mr. Speaker, these measures and others in the statement are all measures this House should neither abandon nor delay. Mr. Speaker, what will happen if we do take note of this economic and fiscal statement? Will the sky fall in? Of course not. First, all of its beneficial measures will proceed immediately. Second, the work of detailed budget planning will be allowed to proceed unhindered. First ministers will identify priority infrastructure projects by next month. Finance ministers from across the country will be consulted in a week or two. The usual pre-budget consultations with stakeholders will occur. Third, several important new pieces will fall into place to complete the picture. Economic variables have been changing with lightning speed. Remember, Mr. Speaker, that long ago era when gasoline prices were hitting $1.35 per litre? Well, that was just 6 short weeks ago. Within a week or two, we will receive the detailed funding plan that the government has prudently insisted upon from the automotive sector, which affects 10% of our economy. Within a few short weeks, the Americans will decide both their plan for the economic auto sector and their broader stimulus package. Mr. Speaker, because so much of our economic ills are made in the USA, our largest trading partner, their medicine will have a beneficial effect on our economy too. Isn't it simple prudence to have this information before finalizing our budget? Finally, Mr. Speaker, there is some merit to keeping some of our powder dry. If this economic downturn is prolonged, we will be ill-served by using all of our fiscal ammunition now at the outset. And also remember, if the waters we're in really are uncharted, they may turn out to be less dangerous than everyone fears. Let's act accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the government has withdrawn parts of the statement that the opposition found wanting. This demonstrates a willingness to work together with the opposition, and I sincerely hope that this will encourage a mutual effort. In passing, however, I want to take strong issue with those who describe this flexibility as a sign of weakness or a sign of lack of credibility. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the ability to change course is a sign of strength. My admiration for our Prime Minister has only deepened from this and has never been greater. If we are to mature in our deliberations, we have to learn to consider the ability to compromise, as our Prime Minister is doing, to be a virtue. It is not too late for my Liberal friends across the aisle to embrace their own strength and to draw back to a compromise also. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad our government has shown flexibility in withdrawing its proposal to eliminate the subsidy to political parties. This demonstrates a willingness to work together with the opposition, and I hope this will encourage a mutual effort. In passing, however, I want to take strong issue with those who describe eliminating the subsidy as undemocratic. In fact, the subsidy itself is an attack on democracy. Democracy should be a level playing field where all citizens have equal opportunity to make themselves heard politically. State-funded parties are more associated with totalitarian dictatorships than with democracies. A subsidy to any party discriminates against those citizens struggling to compete without a similar subsidy, and it's therefore elitist and undemocratic. Replacing corporate and union subsidies with government subsidies simply replaced one anti-democratic elitism with another. Mr. Speaker, I hope the day will come when all Canadian political parties will rise or fall based solely upon their support among citizens and not upon unequal government subsidies. Democracy also works best when elected parties deliver, as nearly as possible, the leader and the policies they promise to voters. A vote for a party or a candidate is the voters' consent to that party or candidate's policies and leaders. Violating that consent in any significant way is a violation of democracy. Mr. Speaker, no Liberal supporter voted for a government that includes a coalition with separatists. No NDP supporter voted for a government that would sign an agreement with a separatist coalition. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't think a single voter in my riding of Kitchener Centre voted for any government that could be held hostage by a veto of a party that insists Canada does not work and that has no interest in making Canada work. Mr. Speaker, I've had many friends who once supported the Liberal Party, and I can only imagine how they feel about a once strong Federalist Party being reduced to begging the permission of the separatists to govern. We all know the agenda of the separatists has nothing to do with the economic survival of Canada. The separatists won't even enter this chamber until after we finish singing "O Canada."
Shame.
Many Liberal voters would never have given their consent to this. No party in Canada today obtained the consent of any Canadian to abdicate to the leader of another party. No party in Canada today obtained the consent of any Canadian to govern in a coalition. This would be a government that no one voted for. It would be a government that simply usurped power. No circumstances in Canada today are so extreme as to justify such a violation of voters' consent. This is a bad time to experiment precipitously with new and uncertain measures. Mr. Speaker, these are not just my views. Canadians all across our great land are appalled by what the Liberals and the NDP are doing in this House. To quote my own Waterloo Region record, not mine, but my citizens' own Waterloo Region record, the entire coalition will be propped up by the Bloc Québécois, a party dedicated to destroying Canada. For the proposed 2.5-year life of this experiment, this would-be nation killer gets a veto over every single act of our government. Ordinary Canadians, helplessly watching all this, can have no faith that the Bloc will give a darn about them or about Canada's well-being.
Bunch of fools.
Mr. Speaker, these are not my words. These are the words of the people in my riding of Kitchener Centre, a deal signed with the separatists can only be bad for Canada. To quote again, as sincere as the NDP's beliefs may be, their reflexive vilification of business, as well as their ingrained penchant for heavy government spending, could be disastrous in a recession. Mr. Speaker, these are not my words. These are not the words of a conservative-leaning newspaper, believe you me. These are the views of people in my riding of Kitchener Centre. The Liberals themselves said during the election that you cannot have a coalition with a party, the NDP, whose platform is bad for the economy. Or another quote, in its time of need, Canada is being asked to make do with a guy whose expiry date is set for May. This will hardly bolster the trust of Canadians or investors, both foreign and domestic, looking for a safe place to park their cash. Mr. Speaker, these are not my words. These are the convictions of people in my riding of Kitchener Centre. If the opposition wants to do this, they should have this integrity to take this deal to the voters. However, the better course is for ordinary Canadians. The better course for Canada is to let our government govern with the strengthened mandate it gained in the last election. In a letter to the editor, one of my constituents, Sherry Helmke, put it very succinctly when she said the following: my message is to all politicians in this country. Put your differences aside and deal with the future uncertainty facing all candidates. In other words, do your job. We can do that by taking note of the fiscal and economic statement as an outline of direction and by waiting a short 7 weeks or so from the conclusion of this debate for the government to propose its detailed budget. Despite the events of this past week, I again invite each member opposite to walk this path through the forest of economic peril with common focus on the needs of ordinary Canadians. It's not too late. Thank you.
Comments. I see several members riding, so I'll try to accommodate as many as possible. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll acknowledge that this was the member's maiden speech, and I'll congratulate him at least on the form, if not the content. I want to address two items, or at least ask questions of the member. The first is, would he not acknowledge that the subject matter here of the debate is not this reference to separatism? And I acknowledge that the Conservative Party and government may be looking at desperate times, and maybe this is a time for desperate measures on their part. But the subject matter we're looking at here is the economy and Canadians, that is, and the member has addressed that. But will he not acknowledge that the economic statement last week did not, in and of itself, address that any big economic plan, major economic plan to address the financial tsunami now approaching Canadians is off in the future, is off in the next year, is off in 2009 sometime, without any commitments from the government? And will he not also acknowledge that this place is about Parliament, and Parliament will decide who governs?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
I thank my friend for his comments. I don't know whether or not he remembers me from 20 years ago, but I remember him with fondness and appreciation. And I'm glad to have this opportunity to speak to him across the floor of the House. And I thank him for his kind comments to me. Mr. Speaker, as to the first part of his question about what this debate is really about, I don't think I can do any better than to once again quote from the Waterloo Region Record. And I quote as follows: "At this critical moment in its history, Canada needs a strong, stable government with inspiring leadership that does the right thing. Whatever the Conservatives failing, it's hard to see the Liberal, NDP, Bloc-sanctioned coalition delivering these essentials." Mr. Speaker, we need the government's plan. As to the issue of economic stimulus, in my speech I already referred to a number of matters that were in the statement that I think.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Brome-Missisquoi.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I want to say that I want to condemn the propaganda being put forward by the member for Kitchener-Conestoga. Everyone has an equivalent right and legitimacy regardless of the program or platform of his or her party. The member for Kitchener, I would like to tell him that I was elected as a representative here in this House and in the same election campaign as he was. All that to say that the comments made by the member imply that the right of a Bloc Québécois member to defend sovereignty for Quebec is illegitimate, and this is that we are trying to destroy Canada. This is shameful. It is unacceptable. This removes the right of Canada to affirm its sovereignty without Quebec. We want our neighbor to be strong and rich. Order, please.
Order.
Order, please. I have to stop the honourable member in order to give adequate time. Order, please. I have to give enough time for the honourable member for Kitchener Centre to respond.
Their views, and that's what they're doing. However, I hope that my honourable friend does not begrudge me the right to stand up in this chamber and to promote the view that Canada should remain strong and united. And also does not begrudge me the right to stand up in this chamber and to implore my friends in the Liberal Party especially, who have such a great tradition of federalism, to also stand up for a strong and united Canada and not to enter into a coalition with those who propose that Quebec should separate.
Here. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, well, I think what we've seen over the last number of days is the collapse of the coalition. It's the collapse of the Reform Coalition, and now we see Reform unleashed with their deep hatred towards the people of Quebec. I hear it from their supporters in Western Canada who phone my office with their insulting attacks. But this all goes back to the economic statement, which was where we started from, Mr. Speaker, where the Toronto Star referred to it as irresponsible. A base leader obsessed with destroying opponents. The result was needless and irresponsible. The Calgary Herald today, speaking of a lame economic update that was, quote, an obscenity. It was delivered by, quote, a leader who was plain arrogant. The Globe and Mail said the economic update completely missed the mark. It was a, quote, narrow partisan document that failed to give Canadians the true facts. The fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask my honourable colleague, his present leader has lost the credibility of this House. Will he work with us to actually restore Parliament so we can continue working, to work with us who have left our partisan interests at the door, and perhaps suggest finding a new leader for the member who will now be the leader of the opposition?
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre. Order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know really what economic background or qualifications the people who write for the Toronto Star have, but I would like to quote from Mr. Don Drummond, the TD Bank chief economist, speaking about the stimulus package that the coalition has proposed. That would be a disaster that would launch us into a structural deficit. Canada's economy is one of the few in the world in which the domestic side of the economy is still growing. No one can point to Canada and say you are the cause of this international problem. I've seen a lot more failures of short-term stimulus than successes a lot of them don't just work. Mr. Speaker, that's what people across the country are saying about the stimulus program that's being proposed by the coalition. And I'll take what Mr. Harper and our party have done any day over that.
Here, here.
I'll just remind the honourable member for Kitchener Centre that we don't use proper names. We use writings or titles when referring to other honourable members. No problem. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to congratulate my friend from Kitchener Centre. It's obvious from the degree of professionalism with which he delivered his speech and the passion that the Kitchener Centre residents made a very wise choice in sending him here. Mr. Speaker, throughout the debate we've been talking about the economic features, and my colleague mentioned the stimulus package that our government has put in place. I'm receiving faxes and emails and phone calls from business leaders in my riding, and I want to read one sentence. Political instability is not what Canada needs during these troubled economic times. The impact on our country could be quite severe, as foreign investment could quickly take flight from Canada, resulting in fewer jobs and a weaker economy. Mr. Speaker, the residents and the business owners in my riding are very concerned about that. I have a question for the honourable member from Kitchener Centre. Warren Justin of the Scotiabank, he's the chief economist there, talking about the preemptive stimulus package that we put in place, said this: the Canadian economy already has stimulus built into the books. The GST cut and reductions to corporate and business taxes taken last fall will have a greater effect on the economy than a short-term stimulus. Unlike the U.S., which has tried ad hoc...
Order. 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 I do apologize to the honourable member, but I will have to stop him there so that the honourable member for Kitchener Centre has enough time to respond.
Well, first of all, I thank my friend for his kind comments, and perhaps I can complete the statement he was about to refer to, because I have noted it also from Mr. Warren Justin. The GST cut and reductions to corporate and business taxes taken last fall will have a greater effect on the economy than a short-term stimulus, unlike the U.S., which has tried ad hoc measures such as giving people checks. We were following a much more rigorous process. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the tax cuts that we have already implemented don't just give us relief in 2008. They will give us the same relief and more in 2009, and the year after that, and the year after that. Really, the Conservative government has given Canadians a gift that just keeps on giving.
Before we move on to resuming the debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The
Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Gilbert on culture.
Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by congratulating the member for Kitchener on his leadership speech, and I wish him well in the ensuing campaign. Mr. Speaker, a week is a long time in politics, and just last week opposition members were making conciliatory throne speeches. The Liberals were supporting the throne speech, with the Bloc and the NDP planning to vote no, and the government's survival seemed assured only 1 week ago. The throne speech even passed on division with no standing vote. So how did this situation change so suddenly? Well, the economic and fiscal statement was presented, and without a stimulus package, which we were expecting, and the other opposition parties were certainly expecting, prompted action to be taken. This Prime Minister is acting as though he has a majority government, much the same way that Joe Clark did some years ago, and we know what happened there. Clearly, the Prime Minister has not learned from Joe Clark's disastrous experience. But unlike Joe Clark, the Prime Minister will not get his election. He has miscalculated terribly and now is about to suffer the consequences of those actions. A coalition has been formed, not unlike coalitions all over the world. This one will govern and provide stability to the country. In fact, if the PCs had a moderate had a personable leader like Peter Lougheed, Bill Davis from days gone by, a leader who could actually count, things might be different as we stand here today. A leader like Bill Davis would have reached out to at least one of the parties and worked out an accord, worked out some sort of arrangement. That's why leaders like Gary Filman, Bill Davis, David Peterson were successful. And Joe Clark, Frank Miller, and Stephen Harper are not. We have the spectacle...
Order. 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 I would be remiss if I didn't remind the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona that we don't refer to our colleagues by their proper name, but instead by their riding or by their title.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I meant the Prime Minister. We have the spectacle here of the PCs raging about the Bloc. When the Bloc voted with them for two budgets between 2004 and 2006, the Bloc were honourable members when they were propping up the PCs, but now they're seen as evil. Give your head a shake on this one. You are the people preaching personal responsibility. Well, start owning up to your own mistakes in this House. Quit blaming the Bloc for your own problems. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc supported the Conservatives in the 39th Parliament. The Bloc supported the Conservatives on 14 confidence votes. They sure have a short memory, given their previous relationship with the Bloc. The Conservatives were more than happy when the leader of the Bloc and the Bloc propped up the Conservative government to pass critical Conservative measures, including their April 2006 throne speech and both their 2006 and their 2007 budgets. So for a party that talks about, that believes in personal responsibility, we don't see much of that over there. It's blame somebody else. That's the mantra of this Conservative government. And now that they find themselves at the brink and they're going over the falls, do they blame themselves? No. They look around, try to blame other people. Now I have a letter that the Prime Minister, when he was leader of the opposition, signed on September 9th, 2004 to the Governor General. And the letter, which has been distributed quite widely, and I'm sure we're going to find a way to distribute it a lot more widely. I'm sure there's many people in my riding of Elmwood-Transcona, in fact, all of them would appreciate a copy of this letter so they could see that on September the 9th, 2004, the current Prime Minister, the leader of the Bloc, the same leader who's there right now, the leader of the NDP, the same leader who is here now, wrote the following letter to the Governor General of the day. Quote, Excellency, as leaders of the opposition parties, we are well aware that given the Liberal minority government, you could be asked by the Prime Minister to dissolve the 38th Parliament at any time should the House of Commons fail to support some part of the government's program.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think that the House would be well served and the people reading Hansard or viewing this debate would be well served if the member was to stay on topic. I'm having a little difficulty understanding what this has to do with what we are debating at this point.
There was a ruling made yesterday about the wide scope of the motion before the House. I will remind all members that when making remarks, they should try to keep remarks as relevant as possible to the motion before the House. We'll go now back to the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm dealing with the economic and fiscal statement, and I recognize the diversions of the honourable member. I've been around houses for a number of years, probably more years than he has been, and I know the tactics that he is alluding to here. But I am dealing with the economic statement, and I'm going to continue dealing with the economic statement as presented to this House last week. Now, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 2 of this letter to the Governor General states, we respectfully point out to that the opposition parties who together constitute a majority in the House, have been in close consultation. We believe that should a request for dissolution arise, this should give you cause, as a constitutional practice has determined, to consult the opposition leaders and consider all of your options before exercising your constitutional authority. Your attention to this matter is appreciated. The leaders were asking the Governor General for a chance to form a government. Exactly what is happening right now, Mr. Speaker. And that really points to the hypocrisy of this current Prime Minister, that he would deal with the bloc in good faith, in those, in his view, good times, but now things have turned against him and he changes the story. Now the bloc are evil, and coalitions and attempts at coalitions are evil when they're common throughout the world. So it was okay to try to replace the Paul Martin government, but now it's not okay to do the same to him when the shoe is on the other foot. And the language that these members are using borders on the ridiculous. They talk about overthrow. They talk about seizing power. They talk about staging coups. Exactly the type of tactics that they were trying to do to the Paul Martin Liberals only 2 years ago. What short memories these people have. It's just beyond the pale to listen to this every day. So I think that it's time to prepare, or to prepare for them to prepare to look at admitting their defeats and to give up power gracefully, as our leader has suggested, and let nature take its course. Instead, what you see them doing here is following a scorched earth policy. They're trying to increase divisions within the country. They are ramping up a campaign against the coalition, trying to seed or cause all sorts of divisions within the country. And that's not what a prime minister should be doing. That's not how a prime minister should be acting. Hopefully, Mr. Speaker, a defeated and a humbled PC party will replace their leader with one who has some humility, and will be back in this House in the near future and be prepared to even join a future unity government. And I have offered the members the opportunity over the last few days, suggested that they should be joining the coalition when they knock the coalition. Well, they're clearly not going to fit into a coalition at this point, Mr. Speaker. But I'm talking about a future time during the life of this Parliament when they have a new leader, a more moderate leader, a leader that is progressive, like the old Progressive Party used to be, the Progressive Conservative Party used to be, and who knows what sort of combinations and permutations will develop at that time. But at this point, they are headed for disaster, and they have very little time left. Now, Mr. Speaker, I wish to, with some of my time remaining, to deal with an infrastructure project in the Elmwood-Transcona constituency. The federal government has put money available for infrastructure projects across the country. As a matter of fact, the member for Kildonan, or St. Paul, Winnipeg St. Paul, is in the House, is my colleague, my neighbor to the north, and she is very aware and very supportive of the need to avoid the closure of the Disraeli Freeway, which runs from my constituency to the downtown, and the traffic comes up into my constituency and into her constituency, and affects over 100,000 people. And what the city is trying to do is to shut down this bridge for rehabilitation for 1 year and 4 months, something that they would never do in other parts of the city. And we question why they would want to do it this way. So residents are outraged that the mayor would do this, and we have currently 5,000 plus people who have signed petitions for the addition of a 2-lane span to the structure, which should be built for approximately $50 million, and that cost has been suggested by the City of Winnipeg transit report from 3 years ago, page 12 of that report suggests that A, the 2 lanes are required. They will be required in 20 years anyway, and that they should be cost shared by the 3 levels of government, approximately $17 million from each level. And this, once the 2-lane span is built, the existing 4-lane span that then can be closed and can be rehabilitated. Now, in spite of the traffic chaos this closure will cause, the mayor has charged ahead and refuses to ask the senior governments for financial help. So what we have suggested is that the local elected officials get together and agree and request that the federal government and the province of Manitoba make an offer to the city, put the money on the table, and the mayor has in the past indicated that if the money was made available, then he would certainly be prepared to do this. So I'm hoping that we are, regardless of whether the current government is in office or a coalition government is in office, the people, the elected officials at the same level represent all parties, and we are united in our efforts in this part to help out. And as I mentioned, the member for Kildonan St. Paul is certainly supportive. The member for Transcona provincially, Darrell Reid, is supportive. MLA Bonnie Mitchelson for the Conservative Party in Manitoba has been extremely supportive over the last 6 to 8 months. Bidou Jha from Radisson, and our area city councillors, Russ Wyatt from Transcona, Jeff Rouati, who is a well-known Conservative, has been very aggressive on this file and wants to see this job done. And my good friend Lillian Thomas from Elmwood, she has also been doing an excellent job pushing this whole issue at City Hall. So we would hope that in the next little while that we will be able to come up with some sort of a conclusion here. I might point out that the Prime Minister in June, and as a matter of fact, this announcement stayed on his website for the entire duration of the campaign, but the Prime Minister did announce in June a $70 million contribution to, as part of a 3-way cost share project with the City of Saskatoon, the province of Saskatchewan, to construct the Saskatoon Circle Bridge. And by the way, this bridge in Saskatoon is planned to be 6 lanes and is only going to carry 20,000 cars a day. Now, the current Disraeli, our old bridge, carries 42,000 cars a day with just 4 lanes. So the federal government had money for a bridge in Saskatoon, a brand new 6 lanes for 20,000 cars a day, and yet here we are sitting in Winnipeg with a 4-lane structure that's only carrying 42,000 cars and is only 4 lanes. In terms of the costing on the main bridge, and I know that's been decided to be made into a triple P. The city has really inflated the costs a lot. We have compared the cost of the new Minneapolis bridge, which built only 500 miles away, and the cost from the Saskatoon bridge. If we adjust the Winnipeg structure to the same size as Saskatoon and Minneapolis, we find that both of those structures should be built for around $190 million. And yet the city is suggesting that somehow this triple P is going to cost about $350 million. So we have questioned them on their costing. We have given up the fight about whether it should be triple P or conventionally financed. They can proceed and do that on a triple P basis. What we're asking for now is a separate project, merely adding these 2 lanes to avoid the closure at a cost of around $50 million. So I'm hoping that we can work out the details of that, whichever government happens to be in power in the next few months. Now, Mr. Speaker, I did talk before about the issue of the Common Securities Regulator, but I never managed to finish my thoughts on the issue. And I guess what we're saying is, you know, historically the provinces have resisted the issue, and they're going to resist the issue again. And whether or not we should have a national regulator is open to question. I think probably we should. But the reality is the provinces will argue provincial jurisdiction. And so if the federal government is a federal government is able to negotiate with the provinces and have a regulator set up, we would want the regulator to be set up with teeth. not to be the docile organization that many of these organizations are right now. I'd mentioned that the Ontario securities regulator, who would really be the main regulatory body here, between the years 2002 and 2007, convicted only 1,236 white-collar criminals. And in Ontario, they convicted only 2. And we had Conrad Black committing his white-collar crimes in Canada, and it took the American regulators to put him in jail. It wasn't the Canadian regulators who did it. So there's hardly much point in setting up a national securities regulator that's going to simply act like the Ontario regulators do right now and basically ignore and do not prosecute white-collar crime. So I would just hope that, make that observation that sometimes, just setting up new structures and new legislation don't produce the results you want unless you get an enforcement program in place and the people in place that will do the enforcement. And the problem with this organization is that the people that are doing the enforcement are all hired from within inside the industry. What we need are retired police investigators running the operation, and not people that are from the securities firms that they're supposed to be regulating. So there's not a lot of regulating going on here from what we can see. Mr. Speaker, I have a number of other comments that I want to make, and I know my time is drawing to an end here. But the economic update that the Conservatives announced last week, missed some very important issues. It missed employment insurance issues that we in this caucus are very concerned about. It did not talk about increases in pensions and protection of pensions for our seniors. We would like to see the OAS increased by $100 a month. But, what did they talk about? They started out on page 3 of the document asking or saying how terrible things were, how the economy was falling, dropping like a stone, that we needed immediate action. So we were sitting here in anticipation of some action to follow. And what did they do? They never offered any of the changes. There was no stimulus package that was needed to kickstart the economy. Instead, they talked about selling off Crown assets. Now, that's a real smart idea. They put it in their books as sales, but they don't identify how much they're going to get at fire sale prices and what they're going to sell. Are they going to sell the CBC? Are they going to sell, dismantle the wheat board and sell off the buildings? If you're going to be buying assets, now's the time to be buying them at a very depressed price. This is the last time government should be selling off its assets in a downturn in the market. Like, what kind of thinking goes on over there on the government side? I mean, that's just typical, normal, conservative ideology running its course here.
Order. We'll have to move on to questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just before I make a comment and ask a question, I would like to express gratitude to the voters of Kootenay, Columbia, who for the 6th time returned me to this chamber, this time with just under 60% of the vote, and I really appreciate that. Now I'm going to have to work hard to try and secure the other 40% in the upcoming election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm just really curious with the member now entering the Separatist coalition, how he's going to be feeling about the person who has visions of being the Finance Minister of Canada, the member of Markham Unionville, who is also going to be in the Separatist coalition with him, when the member for Markham Unionville has said the basic reality is that the NDP does not understand the first thing about economics. That was just in March of this year. He also said in this House, the fundamental point about the NDP is that those members do not understand economics, they never understood economics, and they never will understand economics. That was October last year. Delusional, clueless, irresponsible policy, the Neanderthal economic thinking of the New Democratic Party, again October last year. The vast majority of Canadians want nothing to do with a party of economic Luddites, which is why that party is marginal, why it will remain marginal, and why it is not taken seriously by the people of Canada. I'm asking the member how he will feel being in the separatist coalition with that person possibly as his finance minister.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, well, the government and the Prime Minister clearly changed their minds over a 2-year period here when back in 2004 the Bloc were excellent coalition partners, and they were actively seeking to overthrow the Liberal Party under Paul Martin. And yet only 2 years later, wow, they've had a miraculous change in view here. Now it's an evil idea. We're overthrowing the government. They're making it sound like there's a military coup in progress here, and that's the kind of change that government has made. And I'd say that's a very serious change because it really shows how far these people will go to stay in power.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Brome.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague from the NDP a question about the fact that the Conservatives are now telling us, and the member for Kitchener said this once again, that there are not enough details in the economic update. How is it, and I would like you to answer this question, that the majority of the democratically elected members of this House saw that there were fundamental things that were missing, and not just the details? Could you answer this question, please, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, clearly this is a fiscally conservative government, and they are averse to looking at a stimulus package when one's required. I mean, it's just natural that parties on this side of the House are looking at people's lives and unemployment issues and plants closing and want to do something about it. Their response is to look at the bottom line here and start worrying about whether the country's in deficit or not, and start cutting back on expenditure and start selling off Crown assets. This is nothing new. But in terms of how unstable they really are, they would introduce in the economic update a measure to eliminate the $1.75 per vote taxpayer subsidy and withdraw it in 24 hours. They were going to eliminate the right to strike for civil servants until 2011. A day later, they eliminated that. So, I mean, talk about a very confused group of people opposite.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul's.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the new member from Elmwood Transcona to Parliament. But I have to say that it's very curious because the member's riding is right next to my riding in Winnipeg. And I've heard from many, many, many of his constituents and business people in particular who are very much against the separatist coalition, that the surprise coalition that has taken place. And I know that I saw the member campaign as I was campaigning last election, and I know the people went out and did a lot of work. It was very costly to have that election. But a short 6 weeks ago, people brought this member to Parliament and were very, very surprised when suddenly there's a separatist coalition that this new member is a part of, and in endorsing it. People are very, very baffled. We just heard from another member on this side of the House that talked about the tax stimulus in Canada. And how does the member opposite from Elmwood Transcona square with the fact that businesses are very, very concerned that this coalition will not support the kind of corporate tax breaks, the kind of stimulus that is already there? How does the member square that with his constituents?
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, well, the member should take up the issue with her leader as to why immediately after the 2004 election he couldn't wait. He was tripping over himself to get over to talk to the Bloc and the leader of the NDP to approach the Governor General, cap in hand, to say, oh, give me the government. Paul Martin doesn't have a majority. He only has a minority government, but I'm going to be here to lead. I'm going to run a coalition with the Bloc and the NDP. And it was the NDP leader at the time who walked away and didn't pursue the whole issue. Or we would have seen 2 years ago a coalition of the current government and the Bloc. So I don't know what she's talking about. She should take, if she needs a copy of this letter, I'd be happy to give her a copy so she can take it up with the Prime Minister.
Questions and comments, questions and commentary. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague from Elmwood Transcona on his speech here this afternoon, and I know his constituents will be looking forward to more from him in the future. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that disappoints us most on this side of the House when we were looking for economic stimulus matters was also looking for measures that were going to improve the lives of Canadians. And we know in Canada that we have a crisis in housing. We have a homelessness crisis in Canada. We have an affordable housing crisis in Canada. And we know that one of the possibilities for stimulating our economy at this time would be to institute both a affordable housing strategy and an anti-homelessness strategy that actually builds homes for Canadians. That's what's been missing for almost a decade in this nationally in Canada, is a national housing program that actually built homes for Canadians who needed affordable homes, who needed a home just period. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask the member for Elmwood Transcona what he would propose along those lines.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to answer that question. The coalition clearly will be looking at putting a lot of stimulus money into housing in this country. We have, and the agreements are made public. We have a very narrowly defined agreement whereby we are going to be dealing with the economy, and part of that will be to put unprecedented amounts of money into housing in this country and to deal with the homeless issue, among other serious problems that we are dealing with right now. So this is, once the government deals with the issue of whether it's staying or going and how long it's staying or going or when it's going to go, and the coalition gets established, after Monday, the member points out after Monday when the coalition gets operating, we're going to see a lot of good things happen in this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. I can allow a 30-second question and a 30-second response to the Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 30 seconds. I just want to ask the Honourable Member across. There was a blog posting by the member from Toronto Centre, and it says, the NDP leader's positioning is not principled. It is aimed at advancing his own political ambitions, even if time and again that means real setbacks for the people he claims to be helping. Thankfully, there are many who see through this tactic and how short-sighted and counterproductive this approach really is. Is this not really what he's done, what your leader has done in signing a coalition with the leader of the Liberals supported by the
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our leader clearly understands that the economy is in very serious shape and getting worse by the day, not getting better, and that we cannot dither as the government would do. We need stimulus now, and we have people unemployed. We need changes to the EI system. We need all sorts of activity going on, not simply retrenchment. And that's what you get when you have a Conservative government. Retrenchment and balancing the budget are more important than stimulus to them.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, we in Canada are living in a period of unprecedented challenge to the very foundations of our democracy and parliamentary institutions. The Prime Minister has, by his actions and rhetoric, undermined our national traditions of fairness, dialogue and unity. He has used tactics and strategies that are beyond confrontational. Discourse and challenge are part of our parliamentary system, but we have a Prime Minister who has gone beyond. He has tried to undermine the sustainability of the opposition parties. He has adopted a style of governance not before seen in Canadian history, and he has nurtured rancorous style of governing that is completely inconsistent with our Canadian values. Canada is in a period of significant economic and political uncertainty. Across the world, nations and their citizens are contending with unprecedented economic challenges, and as a result, unique political challenges require bold and innovative solutions. We are a profoundly significant turning point in our nation's history. People in nations around the globe are looking to their governments for assistance, directions, and assurance that in times of uncertainty and need, their voices will be heard. Madam Speaker, I understand that the Prime Minister has a particular historical interest in the Punic Wars, and this may account for the actions he has taken in recent weeks. But we must all remember that the Punic Wars were the largest in the history of the ancient world and lasted over 100 years. They were costly and were in essence only about one issue, power, between Rome and Carthage. And the goal was unchallenged dominance. Is this what the Prime Minister's goal is? Unchallenged dominance. He needs to remember that we are living in a democratic society, not in the ancient world. We have only to look at the recent presidential election in the United States to understand the desire of people to have a better future for a change. The election of President-elect Barack Obama was about change, as we often so heard. It is about choosing a government that was prepared to be activist in the times called for it and supportive when the people need such assistance. Madam Speaker, the Finance Minister and the Conservative government had a unique opportunity last week to embrace the goodwill of the opposition in this Parliament when the fiscal update was delivered. For weeks, opposition members have posed questions and made statements in this House reflecting the voices of their constituents calling for real, meaningful action with respect to our economy. Simply put, the Prime Minister had every opportunity, as he had promised, to take the high road and to bring a greater measure of civility to the way in which his government operates in this House. Instead, Madam Speaker, they chose to bring forward an unseemly partisan document that was more a political testament than an instrument to address the business of Canadians. The fiscal update was a political document that contained almost no fiscal measures, but rather sought to undermine the fiscal viability of the opposition parties. This is hardly a demonstration of parliamentary civility, and is certainly inconsistent with Canadian values. In addition to this measure, there was also the attempt to remove the right to strike from 3 years for public servants, which was a red herring simply because the collective agreements don't expire for 3 more years. Add to this undermining of the pay equity process, for which was a clear assault on unequal pay for equal work within the public sector. Madam Speaker, from these attempts to their cancellation of the Courts Challenges program, this government has consistently taken the wrong course. So despite all the rhetoric from the Prime Minister and his government members, the reality is that the current situation is absolutely something of his own making. It is still somewhat incomprehensible to any rational person that the government could be so oblivious to the needs of Canadians while pursuing their own narrow political agenda. This is not Canada is about. Time magazine described Canada once published this statement. Canada is one of the planet's most comfortable and caring societies. This is the kind of country we should strive to build, and it's for this reason that we on this side of the House have chosen to act. Madam Speaker, the decisions taken by the opposition parties subsequent to the delivery of the fiscal update are the action of those who recognize that our country is in need of help during this troubled time. Action had to be taken. It was Winston Churchill who once said, "It is not enough that we do our best. Sometimes we have to do what is required." Madam Speaker, what is required is directly rational to what is going on in our economy outside the walls of this Parliament. It was reported yesterday that the November employment records is likely to show upwards of 40,000 lost jobs in Canada. Behind these statistics are thousands of families who will now have to determine not how they will celebrate Christmas, but how they will simply meet the bills, put food on their table. The automotive sector is facing unprecedented pressures, and as the United States government prepares to directly assist them during this time, there's little but indirect and uncertain assurance from this government. Words will not save our auto industry jobs in Canada, only action will. We hear of the loss of jobs within the arts community, from the ballet companies in British Columbia to festivals right here in the nation's capital. Manufacturing jobs in a variety of industries are being lost almost every day as employers struggle to contend with new economic realities. Madam Speaker, the truth is that Canadians and the business community are under pressure. In countries like the United Kingdom and a variety of European nations, stimulus packages have already been launched, with more to follow. However, here in Canada, this government maintains Canadians must wait until a budget originally stated for February or March, or now under pressure, moved to the end of January. Clearly, even this decision demonstrates that the government is not prepared to act. In the absence of clear and meaningful action, the opposition parties have done what is required of them. The agreement announced on Monday to create a coalition government was a decision taken out of opportunity, but rather of necessity. I would also point out that the Prime Minister's position is entirely inconsistent with what he maintained only 4 years ago when he wrote to the Governor-General stating, I quote, "We respectfully point out that the opposition parties, who together constitute a majority in the House, have been in close consultation. We believe that should a request for a dissolution arise, this should give you cause, as constitutional practice has determined, to consult the opposition parties and consider all other options before exercising your constitutional authority." Madam Speaker, the we the Prime Minister was referring to was his party, the New Democratic Party and the Bloc Québécois. In resorting to this creation of a coalition government, the opposition parties had acted in a manner that is completely inconsistent with the history and operation of a parliamentary democracy. We have also clearly demonstrated the fact that no election is required. We are prepared to govern. I would point out that the constitutional experts have said that the Governor-General's primary responsibility is to determine, with or without a vote, whether or not the current government retains the confidence of the House. Based on the document signed on Monday, based on the public comments of members of the opposition, and in the view of the conduct of the government, it is quite clear that this government does not in fact enjoy the confidence of the House of Commons. Constitutional experts further agree that should this government lose the confidence of the House of Commons in a vote, either on a confidence motion or a financial matter, that it would be inconsistent with the constitutional practice for the Governor-General to grant requests for dissolution. This is based on the fact that an election took place in this country less than 2 months ago, and therefore constitutional practice would dictate that the Governor-General would invite the leader of the opposition to form a government if he had the confidence of the House. Clearly, in this instance, the leader of the opposition, the leader of the Liberal Party, had the support of the majority of the members of this House to form a government. Madam Speaker, this is a standard constitutional practice within our parliamentary system. The decision of the Prime Minister and the members of his government does not change the fact that under our system, the eventuality I have just laid out is fully consistent with our laws, our precedents, and our parliamentary traditions. In the past 4 years, I have contested 3 elections, and I can assure this House that, like the Canadian people, I don't want or believe we need another election. Indeed, the reference we had heard mentioned around this Parliament over the past few days is that of a situation in 1926, when the then Governor-General of Canada refused the dissolution request of Prime Minister Mackenzie came. We need to remember that the basis of this decision was not that the government had been in power only a short number of weeks, but that the previous election was 8 months prior to the request. Clearly, the President would support the notion that calling an election now, so soon after the one he had just had in October, would be inconceivable and imprudent. This is most especially the case in view of the fact that we have an alternative government ready to assume office with the guaranteed support of the majority of the members of this House. The government must remember that in our system we do not elect governments, we elect parliaments, from which governments are formed. Governments are required to secure the support of the majority of the members of the Parliament, and clearly this government has lost the confidence of this Parliament. It should also be remembered that it is not the role of Governor-General to determine the viability of a government, but rather to allow Parliament to make such a determination. Should the Leader of the Opposition inform the Governor-General that he has the majority support of the House, then should the result in an invitation to form a government. This would then be followed by the confirmation of support in a vote of confidence in the new government in the House of Commons. The questions of the viability of the coalition government is nothing new. In fact, the coalition government of Prime Minister Robert Borden in 1917 met with many questions about its ability to survive. In fact, this coalition government operated for several years and was a pivotal point. Coalition governments in Canada predate our nation's confederation. From 1864 to 1867, the then province of Canada was governed by a coalition government that would ultimately lead to confederation in 1867. Madam Speaker, it was known as the Great Coalition, and it included the Conservative Party, the Clear Grits, and Canada's West, and the Parti Bleu of the Canada East. This coalition was what was now also the provinces of Ontario and Quebec brought together diverse political parties and interests in a common cause to break the legislative deadlock that had overcome the legislature. Similarly, from 1917 to 1920, we had the Union Coalition, which included the Conservative Party, the Liberal Party, and independents. We'd also seen multiple coalition governments at the provincial level in this country, included in my home province of Ontario in 1985. In the United Kingdom, upon which our parliamentary system is based, coalition governments are often referred to as national governments and governed from 1931 to 1940. This government had 3 different prime ministers from 1931 to 1940. Coalition governments served as well during both world wars and other wars in times of great necessity and challenges. In the case of the British coalition government of 1931, this was the direct result of the economic turmoil that had lingered since the 1929 financial crash and the need for united and effective action by government. The current financial situation across the world has been described by many economists and political leaders as being even more perilous than the situation of 1929. Although the economies of the world are more complicated than in 1929, the reality is that ordinary Canadians are losing their jobs, find it hard to manage financially, and they are clearly concerned about the future. By taking the position of waiting to see what other governments are going to do, this government is adopting a short-sighted and completely unacceptable position. Leadership is about taking action for the best interests of our citizens. And if there is ever a time for decisive leadership, this is the time. The coalition government we are proposing to the Governor General is one that is committed to act to address the very real and pressing needs of Canadians, and one that will take action where the current government has clearly are unwilling. Among other things, the coalition will commit to a $30 billion stimulus package with assistance to the auto industry and the forestry sector, 2 areas of our economy under enormous pressure. The coalition agreement is reflective of a genuine desire to make Parliament work for the best interests of Canadians and to provide them with assistance they need and deserve in these difficult times. What this proposed coalition government is committed to do is simply the same kinds of policies that governments across the world have undertaken in order to assist their citizens in these difficult economic times. Madam Speaker, governing is about choosing, and the choices made by the current government have necessitated this action by the majority of the members of this Parliament. The terms of our agreement mark a new spirit of cooperation and dedication to the needs of Canadians that have been absent from the Government of Canada for too long. The time to act is now, and the action needed is bold and unique to this times. As former Prime Minister Lester Pearson once said, no other country is in a better position than Canada to go ahead with the evolution of a national purpose devoted to all that is good and noble and excellent in the human spirit. Let us embrace this noble concept and move forward to build a better Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member has given an interesting speech, and he has indicated that he feels that this separatist coalition should present a budget now. The government has said, the Prime Minister has said, the Finance Minister has said, no, it will be in January. And he says, that's not good enough. We want it now. My question to the member is, if the coalition is formed, if it is approved and it is formed, my question is, how long would it take for such a group to have a budget? How long would it take them to come back to this House? I expect it'll take them a month to read their briefing books. It'll be May.
2 weeks, 6 weeks.
The Honourable Member from Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's quite interesting how that member and his party have now decided to take on this notion of wrapping themselves around the flag, a very Republican style of systems that when they in fact don't want to address the real issues facing Canadians, the economic uncertainty going on, the plight of Canadians, all they want to do is now talk about this coalition with the separatists. Something that I think it's important to keep in mind, and that is today's in Globe and Mail by Jeffrey Simpson. It's a quote from, he quotes Samuel Johnson, who once said that patriotism is the last refuge for scoundrels. It will be for Canadians to decide whether the Conservatives are scoundrels, but patriotism has now become their last refuge. The Conservatives survived in the last Parliament with episodic and appreciated support from the Bloc. The administration of supplications for Quebec nationals is almost every few bounds. But now in the battle for survival, the Conservative Party has grabbed a Canadian flag and sold a maple leaf to its heart. Well, this is what's happening right now. They're trying to change the channel from what is actually taking place. We want to talk about the economy, what's facing Canadians, the issues that matter to Canadians. They want to just talk about, you know, this vagueness, supposed relationship of patriotism.
Point of order.
Point of order. My point of order is not on the fact that the member is refusing to answer the question because we know they have no budgetary plan. My point of order is on the fact that it's traditional in this House that the so-called attempt to answer the question is equal in time to the question, proportional to the time of the question. The member is skirting the question and changing the channel and trying to divert the time of answering questions in this House. And, Madam Speaker, if the member has no answers to when they're going to come up with a budget, just say so.
I heard the honourable member's point of order, and I believe it's a question of debate here. I'm mindful of the time that the honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon took for his question, and we will now move to another question. Questions and comments? The honourable member from Timmins North Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with interest to my honourable colleague. I think my honourable colleague will agree with me that him and I have sparred many times on many different issues. We represent different parties, different viewpoints. My colleagues from the Bloc will agree that I sparred with them on many occasions. However, we came to this House in a time of economic crisis to work together to put our partisan interests at the door, which is why we are willing to work together. Madam Speaker, I'd like to refer to the antics we're seeing now from Reform Unleashed. It started on Thursday night. And what do we see from the Edmonton Sun that says that the government's attempt Thursday night was a mean-spirited, petty, dangerous document designed to antagonize the opposition and destabilize the country?
Certainly did that.
That's from the Edmonton Sun. The Montreal Gazette, of course, just simply wrote it off as a, quote, disastrous economic update. But I'd like to ask the honourable member about the fact that it's been identified already by major media sources that this document was designed to antagonize and destabilize the country. Would he not agree with me now that the attack that the Reform rump is launching against the people of Quebec, the Francophones of our country, we hear it from the hate messages that their Reform members from Western Canada are phoning into our offices, that they are actually continuing with this agenda that they started Thursday night, which is to attempt to destabilize Parliament and belief in the parliamentary system in order to hold on to power for a leader who's obviously lost the support of his own backwoods coalition.
I will correct the record. It was the honourable member from Timmins, James Bay. Now, the honourable member from Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from his remarks as well. And I do agree that in fact, the Prime Minister just doesn't get it. I mean, he doesn't get about the issues facing Canadians. He has, in fact, as I've stated, and I think many members of this House have stated all along, that he has tried to change the focus of this Parliament from the real issues affecting Canadians. And we had to respond, we had to act. And this is a historical time. There are historical situations affecting both our economy, both here and abroad. And the opposition came together in a collaborative way. This is a democratic way of doing things in a parliamentary tradition. It is the same as what happens in other countries throughout Europe. Now, we also know that the Prime Minister also feels this way because, as my honourable colleague stated in his questions, that the Prime Minister and even his own previous party have attempted as well to have coalitions and support both from the Bloc and from other parties in past Parliament. So this is nothing new. This is something that has the present government has also tried in the past and failed. I guess that's probably one of the reasons why they're so upset with us.
Questions and comments? The
honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you. Through Madam Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague a question who mentioned himself the coalition, and I would like to know, with respect to this NDP Liberal coalition, something very important, and that is the members' right to vote. From what I have seen and understood, the Bloc Québécois will not vote according to their conscience, according to their freedom to vote, until 2010 or 2011. They will vote with the coalition, even if it goes against their own beliefs or other principles. So I would like to know whether they have sold, in quotation marks, their vote, or whether that is legitimate or even legal.
President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would merely point out that the Prime Minister has lost the confidence of this House. He did not live up to his responsibilities to work with all opposition parties. We have an economic crisis in the country, and I find that the question from my honourable colleague, well, there is a consensus in Canadian history that indicates that it is the majority of members that make the House work. Of course, it is legal, it is legitimate to have an opposition party form the government.
For a short question.
How many days for the new budget?
The honourable member from York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not only a question of bringing in a budget, but it's a question of what's in the budget. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Obama, or the President-designate, has talked about tax credits for new workers, the tune of $175 billion to stimulate the economy. He's talked about liability insurance for designated benefits, which is of great concern. My question to the member is it not a question of enhancing the budget and coming forward with it quickly that will have a benefit to all Canadians, not just those that are in the province of Quebec? Therefore, the issue of who we are dealing with in terms of serving those people is really not an issue to the extent that all Canadians would benefit through this coalition.
Honourable member from Davenport.
Madam Speaker, absolutely, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. I think he said it quite well. The reality is that, Madam Speaker, if you look, for example, I was referenced by my honourable colleague, the situation with President-elect Obama. He has brought not just and worked on an economic stimulus package with both the Democrats and Republicans. He wants to bring both sides together. So we know that he's united. This Prime Minister is a divider, not united.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to rise in this House for the first time in this 40th Parliament. The good people of Bruce Grey Owen Sound have returned me here for the third time. I'm very humbled and honoured by the trust that my constituents have once again shown in me, and I'd sincerely like to thank them very much right now. I'd also, Madam Speaker, like to congratulate you on your recent appointment as Deputy Speaker, and you'll do a great job here. Congratulations. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to take a moment here and talk. Everybody that I know, I have different ones of my constituents that ask me from time to time about the pin that we all wear in our lapels. And, you know, this top one here, Madam Speaker, something that resembles and represents the honour that it is for each and every one of us to have to come and sit in this great House and represent our different ridings and what have you. But even more importantly than it, Madam Speaker, is the one right below it. And it stands for everything that this country is all about. And Madam Speaker, right now there's a lot of sadness in a lot of people's hearts across this country, and certainly in my riding, about the potential of this so-called coalition that will definitely rip the heart out of Canada. And I'll tell you, that bothers me deeply. Now, Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne and economic update that we've heard in recent days was very welcome news for the people of my riding. The speech made it very clear that this government recognizes the international financial woes that threaten the livelihoods of hardworking Canadians and their families. In my riding, Madam Speaker, there have already been signs of an economic downturn, and some of my constituents have already been negatively affected by it. Well, my constituency is one of the largest agricultural ridings in the country, especially when it comes to beef production. My constituents also rely on a number of manufacturers and the tourism industry for their livelihoods. It's because of these industries that the actions of this government are so deeply felt in my riding. It's also why I am proud to be standing on this side of the House representing a government that truly understands the challenges ahead and has in fact been working to protect Canadians from an economic crisis since October of last year. It's why I'm proud of the policies that flowed from our throne speech and in last week's economic update by the Minister of Finance. I want to thank the Minister for his careful stewardship of Canada's finances during these troublesome economic times around the world. It's thanks to this government, led by our current Prime Minister and this Minister of Finance, that Canada is well prepared for the rough waters ahead. In fact, Canada is in the best position of any G7 nation to weather this economic storm, all because of the actions and changes implemented by this government in the last year and more. Well, Madam Speaker, does that mean that we're going to be immune to any effect around the world, or we're done? Absolutely not. I think ordinary Canadians understand that. But, Madam Speaker, if ordinary Canadians have to watch their spending, their government must also set an example and cannot disrespect them by wasting their tax dollars. If businesses, large and small, must investigate ways to save money, then their government must do the same. I applaud this government for seeing the importance of this principle of fairness and hope that everyone responsible for government budgets should ensure that the taxpayer's hard-earned dollar is wisely spent. Yes, stimulus is needed, and this Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have been acting, as I said, to ensure economic stimulus for the past year, including targeted tax cuts and infrastructure spending to build Canada. On this side of the House, my colleagues and I were elected in part because of the policies put forward by our party that were realistic and very, very helpful. We did not threaten our economic stability in the last campaign, but instead focused on targeted spending on those who needed it most. We need to continue this process with carefully targeted infrastructure and stimulus spending that will actually benefit our Canadian economy. In the Prime Minister's speech last week, Madam Speaker, I was happy to hear a recommitment to increasing slaughterhouse capacity for our livestock industry. As I talked about my riding earlier, it's the second largest beef riding in the country. I'm a beef farmer by trade myself, and the problems in the livestock industry, particularly the beef and pork in recent years, starting with the BSE in 2003, this announcement is welcome news. Our livestock producers will benefit greatly from increased slaughterhouse capacity, as it will assist them in getting their product to market. Madam Speaker, farmers from coast to coast know that this government is committed to cutting red tape and eliminating waste. It is along those same lines that it's so important to dismantle the long gun registry. Farmers who own firearms are not criminals and should not be treated as such. Farmers and hunters of my riding, and I'm both, a farmer and a hunter, across this country have for too long paid the financial and social cost for the crimes of thugs in Canada's larger cities. The long gun registry is a prime example of wasteful, bureaucratic legislation and a gross misuse of taxpayers' money. Mr. Speaker, if this separatist-backed coalition were to happen, the gun registry debacle would not get dealt with, as we've indicated we will in the next few months, and many law-abiding Canadians would become criminals in the new year. Madam Speaker, I just want to remind the House of some of the important steps, again, that our Finance Minister has taken in the past month and in his economic update to ensure stability in the Canadian economy. To help maintain the strength and stability of our financial system, this government has taken steps to free up liquidity so that financial institutions could continue lending to consumers, home buyers, and businesses at an affordable cost. Our measures maintain the availability of longer-term credit through the purchase of mortgage pools through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation at no cost to taxpayers. Excuse me. We have created a backstop to ensure that our financial institutions are not at a competitive disadvantage internationally, the Canadian Lenders Assurance Facility. We have put in place new rules for government-guaranteed mortgages to prevent a U.S.-style housing bubble. The economic statement builds on previous action taken by this government to ensure the continued competitiveness of the financial sector with measures to provide solvency funding relief to federally regulated private pension plans, something I've heard a lot about. To help seniors cope, the economic statement proposes a one-time change that would allow RRIF, or better known as RIF holders, to reduce the required minimum withdrawal by 25% for this tax year. Although most RIF holders have only a portion of their assets in equities, the change recognizes the impact of recent market declines on those assets. And we are enhancing credit availability through Crown agencies for Canadian businesses. We are accelerating and doubling infrastructure funding this year in order to ensure stimulus for Canada's economy. And I'd like to thank the Minister. He was here shortly ago and congratulate him on that. This move to double this, you have no idea, Madam Speaker, how important that infrastructure projects are in my riding. We're carefully planning other steps to stimulate the economy and fend off the economic woes faced by our neighbours. This is the largest investment in infrastructure in over 50 years. 50 years. That's a long time, Madam Speaker. In the economic statement, the government is committed to consult with provincial and territorial leaders on the best way to accelerate infrastructure projects to help further stimulate the Canadian economy. Madam Speaker, again, if this separatist-backed coalition were to come to be, this initiative to double our infrastructure funding and get it out to municipalities in the first couple months of 2009 would not happen. We need to make it very clear, Madam Speaker, it will not happen, and that would be a travesty. My municipalities can't wait any longer. Since forming government, and this year we have taken unprecedented action to stimulate the economy. And Madam Speaker, here's a number of things since 2006 that we've done. We've reduced the federal debt by $37 billion. They want to wipe $30 billion of that out in the first few days of this so-called separatist coalition government. We've reduced taxes by almost $200 billion over 2007-08 and the following 5 years. Reduced the tax rate on new business investment to the lowest level in the G7 by 2010. Great. Made historic investments in job-creating infrastructure, and we've invested big time in science and technology, education and training, something that my colleague sitting in front of me here is very dear to his riding of Cambridge. The government took early action to help stimulate the Canadian economy with tax cuts, nearly $200 billion over the next 5 years, I mentioned, and the largest investment in 50 years. I think, Madam Speaker, that I may have my pages mixed up here. Madam Speaker, our plan does strike the right balance. We're restraining spending and protecting our economic future. And I feel very confident we'll overcome the current economic turmoil and have a much stronger economy coming out of it. Madam Speaker, I'm also very pleased to hear from the Prime Minister a recommitment to the banning of bulk water transfers and/or exports, something I heard someone bring up in this House today, I believe, over in the corner. Canada's fresh water is one of our greatest natural resources, and we must all do all that we can to protect it from speculation and abuse. In our country's history, I believe we've learned many, many lessons about our rich natural resources. We must put all of these experiences together to ensure that our country protects this precious resource. Madam Speaker, myself, I live on Georgian Bay, part of the Great Lakes, and my grandchildren are there, my family, and it means a lot to everybody up there. My riding's geographic location in regards to all the Great Lakes, of course, makes fresh water, both quality and quantity, very, very important. We must also ensure, Madam Speaker, that Canadians are safe. We must ensure that communities have the tools that they require to deal with social and criminal problems of today. We must work to ensure that drug dealers are held that infiltrate our schools and threaten our children are held responsible for their actions, and that those who innocently get caught up with the wrong crowd have access to programs that will change their lives for the better. But the difference must be clear. Those who commit violent crimes should not be met with handfuls of excuses and the comforts of home, but instead should be met with a strong, efficient criminal justice system. Madam Speaker, one of my new colleagues from Manitoba here, former police officer, I think if there's anybody in this House that understands what I'm talking about there, I'm sure that she does. The mandate of this justice system must be to hand down appropriate punishment for violent crime and must not confuse help with leniency. Constituents in my riding have demanded this, and I applaud the recent speech from the throne for addressing this very important issue. Lastly, I fully support the idea of making the Senate more accountable to Canadians. Changes to our upper chamber are needed to modernize the institution and to meet the democratic expectations of Canadians. Now, on this subject, Madam Speaker, just recent days we hear more about this separatist coalition that's coming about. And it's coming very, very clear, Madam Speaker, that it's a pretty distinct possibility that we're going to end up with 6 new senators in the province of Quebec who are separatists.
Oh, no.
Good Lord, can you actually imagine that? The people in my riding haven't really heard that yet, but they're going to go crazy. They're going to go ballistic. Unbelievable. Madam Speaker, the difference between success and failure for small businesses may lie with our votes in this House. The difference between a healthy family farm and a for sale sign may come down to the policies that we craft here. And with that in mind, Madam Speaker, I ask all honourable members to reflect on the importance of the work that we do here and to remember to put Canadians first, not our politics. Madam Speaker, we must all work together. A strong message was sent on October 14th, and that message was not to have a separatist-backed coalition in this House, but it was, in fact, to have this government. Well, Madam Speaker, not sure how much time I have left, but I do want to, I hear from all my colleagues and even some of the future members, if I could say, of this separatist coalition, tell me they're getting a lot of emails. And I'm just going to read you a few things, some of the examples that I'm getting. And I'll tell you, I've had literally 200 to 300 and climbing daily. In fact, I just had an email from one of my staff not very long ago. They got 255 new ones, and I haven't seen her since 2 o'clock, so that just tells you how fast they're coming in. But this one here says, this is from Barb of Owen Sound. It says, I'm usually one of the silent majority, but everyone who I know had the same initial reaction as myself. Very angry, she has it bolded. This is totally irresponsible. After a recent election, these 3 idiots think the Canadian people will thank them for making our country an unstable third world country. Remember, Madam Speaker, that I'm reading this. I'm not saying.
The honourable member from James Bay.
We've listed a lot of disreputable conduct in the House, but I'd ask the member to retract what he just said. He has no business. He has no business referring to leaders of the houses in this House as idiots. That is unparliamentary language. Madam Speaker, I'll ask you to try and restore decorum and bring a level of civility that is certainly missing. Idiot is not a word that is used in this House to speak about any leader of any party.
Thank you. I will ask the member from refraining to use words such as this. We can't do indirectly what we can't do directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I never called anybody that. I simply was reading an email, but I can tell you that is an example of...
There's a point of order. The member from Mississauga South. I'm taking note. Order.
You can sit down. Madam Speaker, during the while you were listening to the point of order from the member for James Bay, the member for Cambridge made an unfortunate reference to the member as a pompous moron. I think you may have heard that, and I asked him, what did you say? And he said, you heard what I said. Madam Speaker, I believe in the standing orders that all honourable members are to be treated with respect and dignity in this place, and I would ask the member please to withdraw that reference to the honourable member.
I would ask the members at this time, particularly at this time, if we could listen to each other respectfully. I did not hear that comment, but I will allow the honourable member from Rose Grey Owen Sound to continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to be clear on the record that I did not call anybody that, nor have I ever called anybody in that House simply reading. I just want everybody who reads the Hansard to know that. But just to carry on, it says this is an obvious power grab and is, in my opinion, treason against the Canadian people. My late father was a member of the Liberal Party, was voted as a delegate at conventions, and contributed regularly to the Liberal coffers. He taught me to vote for the person most responsible. He would be horrified at the stupidity, she says. The Liberals are committing suicide on this issue. They have not thought of what is better for the country. Couldn't have said it better myself. She goes on to say, do they not realize the Canadian people were not complaining about what Mr. Harper was doing because they voted for him and trusted him? And then she goes on and says, an action of this magnitude did not occur just after the throne speech. It has been planned for a long time. The coalition...
I ask the honourable member to refrain from using the name of the Prime Minister.
My apologies, and I should know better there. It says the coalition is insulting the intelligence of the Canadian people by denying that this is a coup that has been planned very carefully. And Madam Speaker, I can back up to the sense the Liberal candidate in my riding, who many people said that his mouth would probably get him or his party in trouble eventually, admitted in last Saturday's paper in my riding, the only daily I have, that he said exact words. This coalition was being discussed during the September election, but we were told to say nothing about it. So it obviously backs up what Mrs. Taylor is saying here. It just says he feels that they're greatly misreading the emotional response coming from the public and from some overstressed, and she's worried that some overstressed, unemployed person is going to snap over this. She says, I will do my best to convince the Liberals what a mistake they are making. Now, Madam Speaker, I can go on. I have another one here from Beth and Gary. Elizabeth says, saying that please do not let this move. This is what she sent to the Governor General. Please do not let this move by the opposing parties come into being. It is anarchy. Another one that I have from Howard and Cathy. We wanted to express our shock and dismay by the attempt of the Liberal and NDP parties to overthrow the results of the recent election and seize power in what can only be described as a bloodless coup. These parties claim to represent the Canadian people, Madam Speaker, but in fact it's quite clear that they only represent their own narrow ambitions. Their actions are typical of third world dictators who use the democratic system to overthrow it. Another one that I have from Roger and Maureen from Tobermory, Ontario, the very tip of the Bruce. I totally protest what the opposition parties are trying to do. They have no mandate to lead the government. This backroom deal is undemocratic. Obviously, they don't care about what is good for the country and only care about gaining power and playing politics.
Yes? Oui.
I'd like to congratulate you on your appointment as a Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to question your interpretation of the relevance of the comments made by my colleague with respect to the subject at hand, namely the economic and fiscal update of the government. What my colleague is doing, he is simply reporting the opinions and comments made with respect to the coalition which may defeat his government. So I would like to thank the honourable member for Hull Elmer for his intervention, and I will give my opinion on this matter.
Le président a déjà...
The Speaker has already ruled on the matter. Given that the subject of the debate is quite broad, there should be some latitude.
That he had only 30 seconds left, so I will give you the 30 seconds to conclude.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will, just by finishing this email, and I'd also ask, since the member over here is worried about discussing the coalition, I'll look forward to him standing up in his question time and telling us that he doesn't support this separatist-backed coalition, Madam Speaker. Just the last part, it would be disastrous for our country, especially in the economic hard times facing everyone. I hope by our written protest, this will help in some way. I'm going to leave it at that, Madam Speaker, and look forward to questions.
I see there are many members rising, so I would like to ask you to keep your questions short to give as many members an opportunity to ask questions. The Honourable Member from Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his first speech in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, on page 50 of the economic statement, there is a chart which shows that the projected deficit is going to be in the range of about $6 billion in the next fiscal year. Madam Speaker, that is also based on an assumption that the growth rate for that year is 0.3%, which happens to be higher than any other economic forecast for growth rate, and including, and it ranges anywhere from 0 down to minus 2.2% negative growth. So I wonder if the member could maybe give us his thoughts as to why the economic outlook uses a growth rate for Canada in the coming fiscal year, which is way beyond the expectations of any credible expertise.
Honourable Member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, Madam Speaker, I don't have the booklet right in front of me, and I haven't memorized it, although it's some great reading in there and some great work by the Finance Minister. The one thing that I will say, Madam Speaker, is that some of the things that I talked about that this government done in the last year and a little bit to get this country in better shape to weather an economic storm is some of the reasons I'm quite sure that kind of objective and figures is laid out in there. But the one thing, too, that that page, and he just revealed it, is the honesty in it, where we actually, the minister in there has the number for the deficit. I can remember a government not too long before us, I'm not sure which party they were now, but anyway, their tradition there was to announce to the Canadian public that there was $1 or $1.5 billion surplus, but yet when it came down to at the end of the year, it was usually somewhere between 10 and 13 billion. It was basically not coming clean with the public, and they felt that money then was their little bag of goodies. They could spend it as foolishly as they want, and Lord knows we know that they all did that at times.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from York South Weston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate
the Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Speaker. Congratulate my colleague for his re-election, and he indeed does come from a beautiful part of Ontario. My question, Madam Speaker, is the budget makes some very strong recommendations to create credit for the manufacturing sector, for our exports, in particular in the automotive industry and aerospace, which are equally important to right across the country. The expansion of the EDC and the BDC to allow for additional credit is a step in the right direction. But both in the aerospace and the automotive industry, they have required more credit to accelerate a stimulus. Why would the government not have come forward immediately when it was apparent that there's a crisis in those sectors with suggestions as to how they could make a difference? That was what was being looked for.
The Honourable Member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague across the way for his great question. Him and I have had some great conversations traveling, and I congratulate him as well on his re-election. To the part about the auto sector, and I believe the other one was in aerospace. Madam Speaker, especially when it comes to the auto sector, we are the mouse in bed with the elephant, so to speak, when it comes to our neighbours to the south. And of course, we all know that in the auto sector, 90% of all the cars that we produce here in Canada go there. We also know, or at least I think everybody knows, that the Americans usually get a chance, or they usually buy somewhere between 11 and 11.5 million cars a year. That is down to about 10.5 this year. So my point in bringing this up, Madam Speaker, is that the newly elected Mr. Obama has indicated that he's going to be coming out with a package, and in discussions that the Prime Minister had in Washington just a few short weeks ago with the G20, there was a plan there by 20 world leaders, well-respected leaders, to come out and follow a plan. This Prime Minister is doing that at this point, and I believe that it would be very prudent to bring out a plan on the auto sector. The Finance Minister has indicated it is coming, and it'll come in due time, and I believe it'll coincide with the Americans. One thing, Madam Speaker, a lot of people in my riding, and I think across the country, want something for the auto sector, not as a handout, but as a leg up, and it's got to have strings attached to it.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me. You will understand, and if I put myself in your shoes, it must be difficult to interpret and to prevent the members opposite from reading correspondence they've received from their constituents. If they have nothing to say about the content, about the fiscal update, they simply read what their constituents said. The Public Service Alliance approves the coalition. The Canadian Labour Congress approves the coalition. In summary, there's nothing more to be said with respect to this economic update. There have been cutbacks to political party spending. That has been since retracted, and there was a whole issue of women's rights. That's been retracted. Then there was a whole issue about union rights of public servants. That has been retracted. But what's left, Madam Speaker, in this famous little brochure that was tabled? What about the demands that were? What about the proposals made by the Bloc Québécois in order to get the economy back on the right track? And it's not for nothing that people in Quebec really are in favor of this coalition in order to get this House operating properly, and because the party opposite has lost the confidence of the House.
And it's obvious the members across the way don't like to hear Canadians, whether it's in my riding or across the country. And I'm sure that they're hearing from a lot of federals in their riding, same thing as I was reading. And I make no apology for passing on the comments of my constituents in this great House. And I can tell you that I came here to protect this great country, not rip it apart. And the member across the way, Madam Speaker, should be ashamed for belonging to a party that's their sole goal is to do. I will not apologize for anything that I said. And one line that he did say, Madam Speaker, was, "Enough has been said. There is no more to say." That's right. After some of these comments, there is no more to say. People have had enough of this crap.
The
Honourable Member for Laval. Madam Speaker, I think that an MP cannot presume things and say that a political party wants to destroy a country because they want to build their own. Madam Speaker, I would ask the member to withdraw his comments. I think that this is a point of debate, and I think that the member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound
ending his answer. Is that correct?
I was done my answer. Do you want?
Thank you. Questions?
You want
comments?
me to respond to her?
No, thank you. The honourable member from Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, beware, beware, the 1st of December, 300 years ago, Guy Fawkes tried to blow up the British Parliament. But just this last week, Guy Journo succeeded in blowing up the Conservative Party. And what we're seeing here, Madam Speaker, is the rage of reform that has been kept in a box and kept under wraps and told to keep their hatred of other regions to themselves, to be polite, because it would all work out, and now the coalition's fallen apart. And what we're seeing here is my honourable colleague sat in the House, but clearly he does not understand the role of the democratic system in a parliamentary democracy. The language of using coup and taking power and seizing power speaks perfectly to the reform rump, who never believed in the parliamentary system of Canada in the first place, who believed that this place should have been used to usurp the role of Parliament. And that's what they came to do, and they were kept in a box for 2 years, but now the box has been opened, and the ugly children of the Reform Party are running wild in the streets, Madam Speaker. So I would like to ask him, if he respects the will of the House of Parliament, will he tell his now disgraced leader to hold a vote in this House so the House can make the decision on Monday night, and then we can move on and bring forward a government that is willing to put their partisan games outside this House.
I would like to give the honourable member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound the opportunity to answer. 40 seconds.
Madam Speaker, when the honourable member from Timmins, James Bay, mentions the reform, I presume he's meaning the Reform Party. And I'll make no apologies. One thing about the Reform Party, Madam Speaker, at least they believed in democracy and what have you, not like the member who belongs to a socialist, borderline communist party. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to hear him. I'd like to hear the member from James Bay, Timmins, stand up, Madam Speaker, and tell this House that he's not going to be part of a separatist.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Quebec. I think that we should take this debate a little bit more seriously, particularly when we're talking about this economic update, given the situation that the Prime Minister put us in here in this House. This economic update was more akin to a lack of democracy, a lack of respect to those who are dealing with an economic crisis. So it was urgent that we take action. The speech for the throne showed that there was some indication that the Bloc position had been heard, but there seemed to be a lack of long-term vision to help the economy for Quebecers and Canadians. So we told the Prime Minister that we needed to take action now, and then he came up with his economic update where there is absolutely no plan to help various sectors that are going to be hit or are hit by the crisis. Instead of trying to help the people get through this crisis, the Prime Minister decided to attack democracy. First, he attacked unions, then women, then party financing. And I had forgotten to say, Madam Speaker, that I will be sharing my time with the member for Laval, who will be speaking after me.
I will continue by saying that the Prime Minister is ideological from the right and tends to look at the economy differently. Thus, we find ourselves in the crisis in the House in which we are today. Madam Speaker, I think we were entitled to expect a plan to see where the Prime Minister was going. We have just gone through an election that cost $300 million, and instead of dealing with the crisis, time was lost. While all the other governments in the world have acted on the economic crisis, Mr. Harper has been dragging his feet, saying that they will do something. But in China, for example, $600 billion was injected to stimulate the economy. Europe, $300 billion, $860 billion in the United States. What do we do, Madam Speaker? Nothing at all. This is why the Bloc Québécois reached an agreement with the opposition parties. We decided to put aside our partisanship to get involved concretely in finding real solutions for the economic crisis. But the government has done nothing to launch a recovery in the economy. That is the reason why we signed the agreement that we did 2 days ago. The government has not put up a leader for the economic crisis. I wonder if the Prime Minister even knows there's an economic crisis, a refusal to act on an urgent basis. And they refer to what is happening to Mr. Obama, saying that he's very inspiring. Well, what did he do? He reached out to his former political adversaries. Why, Madam Speaker? Because he knows that he is going to have to reach agreements with the different political parties to be able to help his country. We hope that he will do well, and we hope that the opposition parties within the administration in the United States will be able to work with Mr. Obama to give him the opportunity of succeeding and not disappointing his electorate. In Quebec, 73% of the people voted other than for the Conservative government. What has the Bloc done? When we saw the need to act, the Bloc has an economic plan for recovery. I would ask people to go to the Bloc site, www.blocquebecois.org, to find the solutions that we are putting forward, to have a general direction, to understand what is happening with recovery in this economic crisis, contrary to what the world is doing, where they are stimulating the economy, putting money back into the system, into different sectors. Well, this government is closing things off, is falling back into a deficit. It's true that governments run the risk of a deficit, but all governments could run the risk of a controlled deficit to help through the economic crisis. But what have we seen? No opening from this government, no compromise from the Conservative government. They haven't been able to sit down at the table with all the political parties. All the parties met with the Prime Minister but left the meeting disappointed. What we did, we had a plan after the statement, rather before the economic statement. The Prime Minister was saying, yes, okay, you have good suggestions here to try to counter the economic crisis, but when it came time to deliver the goods in the economic statement, there was no measure that had been put forward by the Bloc in the economic statement, in the update. So how can we believe the Prime Minister is in good faith? Well, what did we suggest, federal agency, with respect? There was a unanimous motion that was passed by the National Assembly. Could that not have been heeded, particularly for a sector that was competing directly with Quebec? Now, with respect to the passport that would give a certain amount of flexibility and independence to provinces that have their own regulator. Mr. Lachapelle from the Financial Chamber of Quebec said that the reference will be elsewhere outside of Quebec. It will be done in Toronto. And so, once again, Quebec has been hard hit. Whatever Quebec wanted the government to do was ignored. Now, with respect to equalization, there's a study by the Toronto Dominion Bank that indicates that there is a spread, a shortfall of some $500 million. This is something that is a lot for Quebec, and that has to be dealt with. Very often we see what the government has done, that it's shuffled off the problems, downloaded the problems to other levels of governments. When there is a federal deficit, you know, it's very easy to offload the problem onto the provinces and Quebec. The manufacturing and forestry sectors have been totally abandoned. This is not something new. Since 2005, there's been a lot of trouble. Many businesses have closed. And, Madam Speaker, that has led to massive layoffs. What are you going to do with employment insurance when there's supposed to be billions of dollars in the fund? What did they do? They put it into the Consolidated Revenue Fund, and here you have the situation of workers who are laid off, who are faced with the 2-week waiting period and have trouble getting through it. They cannot comfortably get through it. Some plants could have found some ways of dealing with this more comfortably, perhaps getting new equipment, competing more efficiently with the United States. In Canada, there's too much production that remains on the shelf here. Perhaps we could have sold more to the United States. And what's going to happen in the coming 2 or 3 years where it's going to be very difficult for the economy? Well, that government hasn't done a darn thing. It's done absolutely nothing. That is why we set up this coalition. It is not a partisan ideology. We don't want to be like the Conservatives, who have been ideological and partisan with respect to the economic crisis, with respect to what they did on the funding of political parties. We in the Bloc Québécois are very proud of what we have done. We are proud of the fact that we are working together. That's what the rest of the world is doing, working together to be able to come up with concrete solutions so that people can get out of this economic crisis, so that people can respect the members of the House of Commons. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Member from Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad you were able to see me all the way down here. I appreciate the speech from my colleague across the way. Don't agree with the speech, of course, but appreciate taking part in this debate. Part of the speech was about leadership, and the Bloc Party has made an agreement with the New Democratic Party, and I would say the leaderless Liberal Party. They talked about leadership at a time with economic instability, and here is a leader of the Liberal Party who got the worst return at the polls that any other Liberal Party leader has got, not just this century, but last century. The worst in the history of their party. There is no leadership. And they sign a deal with that leader who knows he's only going to be there 3 months, Madam Speaker. 3 months at the maximum, because their own party want to throw him out. They know that he's leaving. But let me get to the point that we talked about instability. She talked about the member talked about instability, Madam Speaker, and I want to quote you today what was in the newspaper. With political instability, especially in these tough economic times, I think people are going to shy away from investing in Canada for a little, but for a while until things get sorted out. Madam Speaker, my question to the member opposite: what they're proposing provides more instability in this country. Is that not going to affect the investment, not just in Canada, but all of Canada, including Quebec? Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, in my speech, instability, economic instability, and the instability in this House has been created by the Prime Minister. We would have liked to have said yes to the economic statement, just as we said yes to the speech from the throne. But the government did not put forward what we were expecting. It should have been better accompanied. But all we hear are reform alliance statements from them. So we certainly couldn't say yes to the statement. You read in the press also how the game that is being played by the Conservative Party is being perceived. The Prime Minister, his agenda is to have a majority government and to do whatever he must. He is contemptuous of the opposition. I know, and I have seen since I've been, how much he respects parliamentarians. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Before us in the House is about the need for the members of Parliament to come here together in a time of economic crisis. This is what the Canadian public made a very clear message, is that they wanted us to do this. This is what all the countries in the Western world have done. And yet what we're seeing, Madam Speaker, is the fact that three parties are actually willing to put aside partisan differences and get down to the business of addressing the serious economic uncertainty, and it is counterposed by a party that is doing everything it can to destabilize this Parliament, a destabilization, Madam Speaker, that began Thursday night when our present Prime Minister, who is pretty much a political pyromaniac at times, came forward with a document that was intended to create instability. The Edmonton Sun, Madam Speaker.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Madam Speaker, I got reprimanded a little while ago for reading something that somebody had, and this
is not in his seat to speak. I will allow the member from Timmins Jim Bay to complete his question very quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will correct. I'll say a simile. He's like a political pyromaniac, as opposed to a metaphor that he is a political pyromaniac. But I'd like to quote the Edmonton Sun to the honourable colleague who said that what the government did was to deliver a mean-spirited...
Point of order. There is a point of order. The honourable member from Kildonan.
Yes, Kildonan, St. Paul.
St. Paul's.
Madam Speaker, I just want to rise to object to the unparliamentary language that the member is using. Just a few short minutes ago, there was another member in this House that was reprimanded for reading something, and I think, what's happening right now is quite unfair, and that it certainly is unparliamentary and doesn't help the situation here. We're supposed to have a spirit of some sort of collaboration, and what I call this is name calling.
As I mentioned earlier, I have asked the members from refraining from using language that could be unparliamentary. So I will allow the member to complete his question.
Was opposed to what was said in the Edmonton Sun, that the government delivered a mean-spirited, petty, dangerous document designed to antagonize the opposition and destabilize the country. We are now seeing that campaign being carried out by the Reform grassroots. I'd like to ask the honourable member, why is it that members on this side of the House can put aside our partisan differences and work together to...
I will ask the honourable member for Quebec to give a very brief answer. We are working together. We have to be calm. And what the parties decided on this side was to set aside their partisanship to deal with the speech from the throne, and then the Bloc and the NDP resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must say that I'm a bit embarrassed, taken aback to be here in this House, listening to what exactly is happening, or what is being said, the Quebec bashing, the denigration of the Bloc Québécois, the denigration of francophones. What was said during question period and after question period, I find it personally very difficult. We've had calls from people in other provinces elsewhere in Canada and in Quebec who are wondering what's happening, why the government is acting in such a contemptuous way, disdaining the francophones of Quebec and Canada. The government may not be aware of what's happening now, but it is going to leave very deep wounds. People will remember, and those wounds will take a long time to heal. The economic statement is really an ideological statement. It shows the extent to which this government has no respect for the members in this House or for the people of Canada, the citizens who brought them to power or not to power. The citizens of Canada who voted in the most recent election wanted to have a serious government, a government that would take serious reckoning of the economic crisis. I don't know what is in the mind of my conservative colleagues, but I know that Stefan Jaroslavsky, who is a billionaire, a financial man, who said himself today in the Chamber of Commerce in Montreal that he supported a coalition government, that a coalition government probably would be the most significant and interesting government in politics now, because the government now has to make major investments, and he reproached the Prime Minister with not having made any major investment in such an economic crisis. When a man as well versed as Mr. Jaroslavsky in financial matters says something like this, I think that we should listen to him, whether or not you're a minister or he's a minister. Madam Speaker, I think that when we chose to ally ourselves with the Liberal Party and with the New Democratic Party to make up a coalition government, we did it in good faith, just like we always do. Everything the Bloc does and has done since it's been in Parliament for the past 15 years has been to act in good faith. The Bloc is a sovereigntist party, but it has rigorously respected the standing orders of the House, the ritual of the House, and the members of the House. The Bloc has always fulfilled its role responsibly and seriously. And now you have members in this House who try to put on the back of the Bloc Québécois their own strategic errors. Well, nobody in Quebec or Canada would want to see that. They are using an argument of the weak, and they are denouncing people who do their work well.
Madame la Présidente, nous avons fait plusieurs.
Madam Speaker, we have made many suggestions to the Conservatives in the past to ensure that the people that we represent will have what they need to say our government is really looking out for us, looking out for our betterment. Right now, Madam Speaker, the government is saying that it is defending people's interest, but in fact, 25% of income for seniors will not be affected this year, and that isn't very much. There are people that are having to take money out of their RSPs in order to live. We would have hoped that a compassionate government would have increased the age from 71 to 73 for the mandatory withdrawal from RIFs. There are people that have lost their jobs and will be losing their jobs, and those people immediately need employment insurance benefits so that they can continue to be able to put food on the table for their families. But this right-wing ideology that we see from this government is disturbing. Women have the right to equal pay for equal work, not just work of equal value. Women in Quebec have no worries about being able to go to court on pay equity issues, because this is a right. This isn't something that has to be negotiated. It is de facto a right. It is something that we are entitled to. Pay equity is among the things that we take for granted. Madam Speaker, we would have also liked to see this government understand that families that need to work, that have one salary and need to have two salaries, two incomes, be able to count on more than $100 a month. This government does not understand that. And what they seem to want to do is to have women go back to being housewives. But women, in fact, have the right to have jobs, the right to have their own income, an income that belongs to them, not just a virtual income. Because with these new programs that the government is proposing, a woman who decides to stay at home would virtually receive part of the income of her husband. I said earlier that the Bloc Québécois has always met its commitments to the people that it represents. And I would say, as I did to my Conservative colleague earlier, it is not because we want to create one country that we want to destroy another one. Much of my family is living in Western Canada. Many members also in Eastern Canada. And I also have members of my family living in Quebec. And no one in my family would believe that I want their well-being to be reduced. My family members would not believe that I want to destroy this most beautiful country in the world. That is not the case. But like all countries, all nations, we have a right to our own self-determination. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would say that we would like a government that understands that the members in this House have duties, and those duties are to those who have elected us, not to the government that claims to have all the answers and know better than anyone else what Canadians and Quebecers want. We have to be more in tune with the people that we represent. We need to listen to them, and I hope that the minister tonight in his statement will indicate that he is prepared to do everything necessary and possible to make this a stronger economy so that we can help our constituents. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Honourable member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say to my colleague across the floor that I respect the fact very much that you're an elected individual and a representative of your riding. I do take exception at some point in time that, well, I'll have a question first. Do you agree? We talked about the economy. Do you agree that Canada, as represented by the Conservative government, has stimulated the economy at this time, recognized by the major economists in this country, by 2%, and will be as of January of this year? And that, in fact, everybody's embracing the ability that the United States has done, and what the new elect president will do is actually a little over 1% stimulus that has not actually done anything yet to stimulate the economy. The other part of it is, you talk about this great, beautiful country and this great building that we're in, and yet your sole objective, please clarify, is to separate and break away Canada. And thirdly,
I would ask the Honourable... I would ask the order. I would ask the Honourable member to direct his questions to the Chair. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I would remind my honourable colleague from the Conservative Party that Mr. Slavsky talked about the economic situation being depressing. He thinks that the Conservative government could have and should have done better to help the economy, and he urges the parties to reach an agreement and form a crisis government as if we were at war. So what they want is for our government to work together with all the parties and form a government of crisis. This is a financial expert, an economist who is very well respected and knows what he's talking about. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I would like to ask a question of my colleague. For a long time, and I come from Quebec, they're not the only ones that come from Quebec. For 25 years, the Liberals came in with the War Measures Act. They repatriated the Constitution. They stole the lists from the Parti Québécois. And they arbitrarily arrested 485 people. What is she going to say to her voters by associating with the Liberals? The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to say that I am continually in contact with the people in my riding, with the associations, the women's groups in my riding, and all of them are congratulating us for working together, for doing what we are doing, and forming a coalition government. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Marcorel-Fortin. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Almost everyone in Canada recognizes that the government's economic statement was ineffectual. All the opposition parties, therefore, are expected to vote against it. So we would have voted against it last Monday. What would the situation have been for the Governor General in that case if there had not been another choice possible? And taking part in the creation of that other choice, that is, not to go to an election, made sense. Is that wanting to destroy a country, or is that thinking of Canada's best interests in the economic sphere? The Honourable Member for Laval, she has 40 seconds. Madam Speaker, thank you. I think that we will be able to conclude on that point. The colleague for the member for Marcorel-Fortin has indicated very clearly that this coalition is without precedent. It goes beyond partisan interests and shows that finally there is going to be action taken to deal with this economic crisis so that our public, the people, are going to be able to have a good Christmas. Order, please.
À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been introduced and seconded. The motion is that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Léonard, Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I congratulate you on your appointment as Deputy Speaker. I want to come back to a question that I asked the Minister of Heritage and to which I did not get a satisfactory answer. My colleague is saying I won't have a good satisfactory answer tonight either, but we will see. If the people on the other side of the House are cynical, then that is too bad. But on November 20th, what I asked about was the fact that there was an outcry because of the cuts to art programs. But the minister said very awkwardly that there would be new programs. When the new heritage minister came into office, We were told no, there were studies that had been done, which we never saw, and no change would be made to the decision. So he's sitting there with his iPod on, or somebody decided that there was no point in reviewing the decision and changing it. So my question is, can he explain to us why he is continuing to deprive the arts sector of funding when it is so dynamic? This was a question I asked, and he responded that in his first mandate, the Conservative government increased its spending on arts and culture by 8%. But in fact, that is not true. It was for the whole department. Arts and culture is one large part, but there is also amateur sports and the Olympics. There's the Francophonie and other programs, including national parks. But he said there was an increase of 8%. Yes, that is true. But where did that 8% increase go? It went to the Olympic flame relay. I want to quote what he said. We gave that money to the torch relay so that Francophone communities outside Quebec could be involved in the 2010 Winter Olympic and Paralympic Games. Close quote. So the Heritage Minister gave the arts sector funding to the torch relay. This minister does not like artists. He does not understand that sometimes arts can be about entertainment, but not necessarily and not always. He added, and I quote, I'll just find it here. So he gave the money from the artists that should have gone to them to the torch relay. So he robbed Peter to pay Paul. So he is basically attacking the foundation of the Quebec nation, and this has a very significant economic impact. 314,000 jobs in Quebec, 7.4% of the Canadian GDP. He said that we are a national party and we are the ones who understand Quebec, who understand Canada, and who understand Francophones in all regions of the country. End quote. The minister is misleading the House because 78% of Quebecers voted against the Conservatives. And then we had the economic statement that was introduced by the finance minister, and that clearly does not understand Francophones in Quebec, Quebecers, or the arts sector. The Honourable Minister for the Francophonie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I too want to congratulate you on your appointment. I would like to set the record straight concerning the support by our government for arts and culture in Canada. As we have said a number of times here in the House, and as the member opposite knows very well, our government supports arts and culture, and we increased spending by 8% since January 2006. I want to point out a series of achievements that we have reach because of this funding to help our artists. I also want to mention the challenges that culture faces in today's world.
Earned tax dollars in a responsible way and being accountable to Canadians. We are making the same choices that Canadians are making every day regarding the spending of their money. I am proud of the way our government manages tax dollars. There are no exceptions to finding value for money. We did, and we will continue to make sure Canadians get good value for their money. This is about responsible spending, and it's about investing in the future. We are giving Canadians the tools they need to innovate, create, and compete at home and abroad. As stated in our government's last speech from the throne, we need to skate where the puck is going to be, not where it has been. Alors que nous regardons vers
when we are looking toward the future, our government is also promoting innovation and creativity, which are essential to our economy. That is why, Madam Speaker, our government is investing in culture, in art, like no other government has done in the history of Canada.
Investments across the Canadian Heritage portfolio, which now total over $3 billion annually. This support is essential to the development of our economy, our communities, our culture, and our identity. Our government allocated $30 million a year to support local artists and heritage activities. We are investing in festivals and events that celebrate and propel the cultural vibrancy of communities in every province across this country. We are committed to managing tax dollars in a manner that ensures every dollar spent delivers results for Canadians. That is why we have increased funding to the Canada Council for the Arts by 17%. That is $181 million, Madam Speaker, this year alone for artists working for artists. Madam Speaker, we also know that our cultural landscape is changing. Major technological, economic, social, and international changes are transforming the ways in which Canadians engage in their culture. Canadians are not only consumers, they are also creators of our culture and identity, and they are accessing and sharing their culture online. As a government, we need to make sure we are fostering innovation and providing support that allows Canadians to flourish at home and abroad in this changing environment. We led the world in bringing into force the UNESCO Convention on Cultural Diversity, a convention which now has been ratified by 93 member states. Our government is also committed to ensuring that we are effective in the way we serve communities and organizations. We're making it easier for communities and businesses to access government programs and services. We eliminated the capital gains tax on donations of publicly listed securities to charities and private foundations, which has been an important measure that supports cultural organizations. Canada's culture and heritage policies and programs are seizing new and exciting opportunities to meet the needs of Canadians.
L'honorable député. Honorable member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, to hear the same old recording, and she talks about the increase of the heritage budget as being for artists, but in fact there was a cut to a very important program that enabled artists to take their work outside Canada. We have had cuts, and we have had performers who have complained. There have been thousands of visits outside Canada because of this program. 600 visits outside Canada have been made possible, and the cultural industries are going to have to close their doors in many cases. This government talks about streamlining its spending, but in fact there is a strategy there, and I think we are being ill-served. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is investing in the future of our country, in a future that offers more choices to Canadians and that will contribute to our economic prosperity while strengthening our quality of life and our identity. I will give you a few examples of our support for culture. For example, we are supporting the opening ceremonies of the 2010 Olympic Games. We will have our artists there, performers that will enable the world over to see them.
So too will every community in every corner of this country. As the torch relays pass through scores of Canadian communities, our government is supporting Canadians to deliver cultural and community celebrations so that every Canadian can experience the breadth of what this country has to offer culturally. Again, I look to the visionary words of the speech from the throne, and I quote, "Building a more dynamic economy will require new ideas and new investments." That is what we are doing. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
La motion portant. The motion for the adjournment of the House is now deemed adopted. The House is therefore adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. in accordance with Standing Order 24-1.